moment to shine. I used to take it a day at a time. I used to wait, but I'm making it mine. Was at the bottom, but able to climb. And look how I rise up. At the top, you gon' find us looking refined, not how you defined us. Can this beat get a moment of silence? This time I'm fired up. I give it my all. I said my moment is now. No laying around. I put my stick in the ground. Just so you know, ain't no mistaking it now. Forget what you make of it. Got my eye on the prize. I'm taking it. Got the fire inside. Ain't shaking it. And I'm turning the tide. Ain't changing it. I'm the main event. This my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my. Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Yeah, know I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller Nuggets. Money in my pocket, don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket, it sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade the night. Russell Wilson way I get low and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no time, don't leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, still get to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I lit up around a month in every February. Talking side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777.
Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment.
Good midday, good morning, afternoon, I don't know. Time zones are strange and confusing, Gex, but welcome to our second week of the Gauntlet here at Rocket League Oceania. I hope everybody is at least awake wherever they are, because today, well, it's going to be another fun one.
Yeah, we're struggling with that ourselves, but we're here, and I'm sure Game 1 will warm us up, but we have to wait for the players to get into match first, so let's move into the tournament. It's good to be back for week 2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, because for those of you who turned in last week, you know that the Gauntlet kind of lived up to its format last week, where we saw the Pioneers actually run the entire thing. They went through everyone. They got to the top. They wound up winning it all. They beat Power. It was exciting. It was great. And today, well, it's kind of like Serrani stepping into that position. And when you look at the team, when you look at the lineup, they could possibly do it. They got through the challengers yesterday, and they did so with 3 Game 5s.
Yeah, that's insane. Really pushing their luck to get there, and did it the hard way. But good to have them here as well. There's that bracket from yesterday on your screen now as well, so you can see, yeah, the push Serrani had to make to get here. So definitely looking up for them. They've hopefully been able to bring some of the attitude from yesterday in, because I don't expect it to get easier.
Yeah, it definitely will not be. I mean, you get, the top 4 litmus test, that is the Gremlins first up. After that, obviously, Gospel of Locky, who didn't look the greatest, but there's still a lot of potential in that roster. Power, who we all thought was going to be, that raid boss. And then Quick Trip Pioneers, now sitting atop after the Gauntlet run last week. They're going to be the team to beat.
Does that make them QTP now? That's what I'm going with for the acronym. QTP would be, that's where I'm at. Quick Trip. But a huge run from them. They did the entire bracket last time. Power was the top dog to beat. They're now in second. And like you said, I think Locky has a bit, the Gospel of Locky has a bit of a step up to make, largely on the shoulders of Gus after last week. I know Yummy wasn't particularly happy with that. But yeah, I think they've got it in them to do a lot better. But first match up is a totally different test.
Yeah, Gremlins versus Serrani will be a fun one for sure. Gremlins actually took the Pioneers to 7 last week when we kind of saw them playing. They didn't quite win it out. They got quite close. And against a Serrani team that also seems to be constantly going to Champions Field, this first match will be an interesting one. That is for certain, as we take a look now at this Serrani lineup. Fades, Kaka, and Pagsy. Like, here's the scary thing about this team, okay? They looked very hot and cold yesterday, but every time they get to Champions Field, it doesn't matter the circumstance. It doesn't matter who they're against. Pagsy's going to show up in the clutch. Pagsy's going to get some crazy Game 7 overtime goal. And so, if I'm Serrani, my goal is survival. Let's get back to Champions Field.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say though, some teams, they just like to run it like that. They like to keep it close. They like to survive off of the pressure. It really benefits some teams. So, sorry, maybe that's the case here today. We'll have to see if they can live up under even tougher pressure now that they're here in the Gauntlet.
Meanwhile, of course, the Gremlins are going to be on that other side. Now, Cabo is kind of the player who I'm looking out for, still wearing the Bliss jersey. That's neither here nor there. What is the fact that Cabo has been looking stronger and stronger, it feels like, throughout the year, and has really, strangely, like, late into their, professional Rocket League career, has been finally starting to get to that peak and starting to kind of perform at a level that I think he's always been aiming to achieve. The team has kind of like got into that top 4 where they want to be. They still haven't made that deep run yet, but it could start today.
Yeah, I got to agree. I mean, Cobo had a previous peak, and I think he's well crested that at this point, so we still haven't seen the top of Cobo's run yet, and he's got an awesome team to back him up here, but Serrani's the challenger. I think the biggest question is on their roster, if they can really bring it together and make this work, but we're going to see pretty shortly as we begin to get towards this first game.
Yeah, we will be kicking this one off very, very shortly. I still think there are questions for both these rosters and kind of where they all fit. I mean, we haven't seen the breakout Laxon performance yet, which is always kind of should be on the back of people's watching's minds with this new Gremlins lineup. When will Laxon kind of emerge in it? How will they properly fit in? Because since they come together, it has kind of fallen back a little bit to the Caleb and Cabo show. On the Serrani side, Fades is obviously subbing in for Finn at the moment, so there's going to be some pressure on Fades to step up and perform and kind of justify that sub spot, maybe draw some eyes for a future lineup come RLCS season. Like, there's a lot for players on both these teams to kind of prove.
And kind of reminiscent of the RLO, these two teams, many of these players showing up in that kind of area, and Laxon was coming up on top there as well, so to see him hit that peak, I don't think we've seen the same winning Laxon out there that we did back then, so it will take a bit of a step back up, but like you said, they did well last week, put a real test to, in fact, the winners of the tournament last week, so they're going to be looking to get some points under the belt and really represent that play. Yeah,
we'll see how it comes together when we do kick this game off right now. At the moment, I think Caleb's frozen. I don't think that's Caleb is. I know Caleb can be a focused player. I don't think they're that focused at that moment. But I don't know. The rest of the team looks pretty cool, confident, and collected, ready to play.
Yeah, he's actually, little known knowledge, he is the embodiment of a stock image. That's actually what he looks like all the time. He doesn't exist in any other state. So yeah, it's good. The focus is on, all the time.
Fair enough. Also, I like to see more light in Cabo's room. Last time he had the windows closed, but it was just the ceiling fan light in the background, and I had a fun little discussion with Jake. So I'm going to bring it over for you. What kind of game are you? Are you the natural light, the no light, or the unnatural light?
I think I game out of a basement at the moment would be the consideration, so probably the unnatural light. But look, from my history of looking at the player cams through RLCS, I think maybe lighting is like touching grass. The less you have, the better of a player you're going to get.
Yeah, actually, it could... I want to say it could relate to mechanics just because, again, you see Lax and you see how dark it is. But Caleb's pretty mechanical as well.
It's muscle memory. They don't have to look at the controller, you know?
True. Yeah, I suppose so. I know. I like my light. I like being bright and lit up. Put the spotlight on us. We're going to put the spotlight on these players in just a few moments as well. Look, it's going to be a fun day today. Obviously, this first series will be an interesting one. I still don't know if I completely trust Serrani. If I were to make a prediction, Gex, I would actually still lean towards the Gremlins to win this one out, but in a close battle, I could see it going 4-2 in their favor.
Well, I would be more likely to agree with you if it weren't for their performance last week. They were the biggest challenge in the first game against Pioneers. So if they can play like that again, I don't see a lot of a chance for Serrani. If they play more like that fourth position, Serrani have proven that they can go to game 5. Maybe they can prove they can take it in a game 7 here as well.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I do imagine we will be starting hopefully soon, just kind of waiting for players to kind of get in on this, and then we will be able to kick this one off. So apologies for a little bit of the delay at this stage. No cams for Serrani. It's they like to play in darkness. That's what we just learned right there.
Yep, pitch black. Yeah. But I think that if they can take it, it would take the entire 7. It would take going to the wire. for this one. It's a big journey just to get to the Gauntlet, and that's kind of the big test here, if you can make it this far and then any further. And I don't know if they're there just yet. This is going to be a big test for them. Is there any other team in the region that you could see coming out of the lowers there and making it further once they get to Gauntlet stage?
Serrani kind of would be that team. I mean, Gaming Gamers, if they play like they did the first week, I think have that potential as well. It just depends on how Hawk is looking on the day so much with the Gaming Gamers. So they're another team I think it's worth kind of keeping some eyes on in the future. And I mean, you know what? Uncheerful endings. They stepped up yesterday. The fact that they also went like 5 games, the fact that they got that precipice as well. I don't know if they would ever make a deep Gauntlet run, but I wouldn't be surprised if they make an appearance in the future as well.
We are still waiting on one player before we can start this off, so you'll have to hold on with us. But we're seeing some good practice come out here from the likes of Cobo, Lax, and Caleb. They're definitely in and raring to go themselves, but it's been a bit of a warm-up for them as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least we know one team's warm, right? Like, at least we know one team's kind of ready to go. I'm surprised you're not jumping in there to show off your own freestyle moves at this stage, but again, hopefully we will be kind of underway right now. I guess my big question is, who's your take then to go the distance today? Who actually kind of wins it? Because even though there's all these teams kind of vying to get into that top 2, expectation probably still will be like Power versus Quick Trip Pioneers in that grand final. Do you think Power can bring it back this week, or are the Pioneers right now the best team in OCE?
I think the Pioneers are the best team in OCE, but I don't think it's by enough of a margin to guarantee a win. There's still some level of chance involved in this game, and if they don't play to their absolute peak, then Power will take it back, for sure.
Yeah, I'm still not sure either, because Power looked strange last week. Power didn't
adjust, yeah.
Yeah, they weren't at their best. I'm not ready to crown the Quick Trip Pioneers as the best team just yet, especially when you tend to take packs into consideration and, you know, where Power has been. So I'm hoping Power can kind of bounce it back this time, and we can still see them as the number 1 team. But I will question it a lot more if they come up short today. So there is going to be some pressure on that. Of course, those final 2 games of the day will be brought to you by Yummy and Jake. You only have Gex and I for the first half, so we'll kind of just be watching along with you when we get to that stage. Speaking of getting into stages, still waiting to get into this stage. Still waiting to kick this one off.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you, though. For preference, I would definitely have Power taking this back. It's always good to have 2 teams fighting up there at the top. I never want to see a single team with dominance. It's just a good sign that OC has the depth when you see these 2 teams battling it out, and I do think that that's there.
Yeah, we'll see if it does. I'm just taking a look at what chat's been saying. I mean, first of all, they all think the Gremlins are going to win, which is the correct choice. I think
Yeah.
that percentage was about right, or at least what, FaZe was saying in the chat. But, I mean, I don't know. This is a tough one, because, again, even though I feel like the Gremlins probably should be the leading team, at any moment, Cocker can have that pop-up performance. So we'll see. Although, as we take longer and longer to start, I'm getting more and more confident with the Gremlins winning this one out.
You know who I want to know the opinion of? What does Herc think? Had some opinions on Twitter, so let's see what Herc thinks.
I don't know. We'll find out later. I might go head off to check Twitter right now. So I am throwing us to a break at this age. But when we come back, we'll have some Rocket League for you. So stick around. The Gauntlet will kick off, hopefully sooner than later. Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, we come bearing the bad news, Gex. It's not the fun. We're about to see a series. It's the fun. Team has forfeit. Woo.
That's the fun, yeah. Gremlins will be happy with their very hard-fought win, as announced by our referee to them. But they will be moving forward at the very least, so we won't miss out on seeing Gremlins. Unfortunately, we will miss out on seeing Serrani's entry into the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, they've worked so hard to get in as well, so it's a little bit disappointing to see them not have that crack at it. But, I mean, for the other side, for the Gremlins, they maintain a spot in the Gauntlet at minimum. They have that chance to keep proceeding on. And while we don't know exactly when the matchup against Gospel of Lucky will start, it will be within the next, I would say, within 30, 45 minutes. Again, Gospel of Lucky, they were expecting to wait for a best-of-7 series to play out. So we don't know how ready they are, but as soon as they arrive, as soon as they're ready to go, we will be ready to continue this Gauntlet as well. It's a bit unfortunate it worked out this way. Is what it is. All we can do is keep moving forward.
And, I mean, this entire time, Gremlins have been able to sit in basically free play together here in the server and manage to impress us with some mechanics, I'll say that. They've been having a bit of fun with it in the meantime, so hopefully they can bring some warmth into the next game. Of course, they won't be bringing competitive energy in because they haven't been able to play one out yet.
Yeah, we'll see how it stands. But for us, we are unfortunately going back to a break while we look to organize our next match of the Gauntlet again as fast as possible. So do please bear with us. We will continue the Gauntlet in a few minutes or so. Within the hour, we will be getting our next series, so stick around.
Take it a day at a time. I used to wait, but I'm making it mine. Was at the bottom, but able to climb. And look how I rise up. At the top, you gon' find us looking refined, not how you define us. Can this speak at a moment of silence? This time I'm fired up. I give it my all. I said my moment is now. No laying around. I put my stick in the ground. Just so you know, ain't no mistaking it now. Get what you make of it. Put my eye on the prize. I'm taking it. Got the fire inside, ain't shaking it. And I'm turning the tide, ain't changing it. I'm the main event. This my moment. Yeah. How do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in this. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller knuckles. Money in my pocket, don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket, it sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade the night. Russell Wilson way I get along and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no trying to leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, still get to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I lit up around a month in every February. Told him side, no electric. It's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told him side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can't never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Call me feeling bubbly off the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the soul way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers making shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. It's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told them slide, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777.
Welcome.
chase.
sound with it. When I hit the ground, 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, this my, I said this my moment. I said this my moment. I came here to own it. Man, this my moment. Man, this my, I said this my moment.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, thank you for bearing with us, and an apology for the delay getting into the games. I'm Formal. Still with me somehow, it is Gex. We rided that break, but now we're here, moments away from kicking off the second round of the Gauntlet. Not necessarily how we wanted to start the day. Serrani unfortunately had to forfeit, but here we are, and we got a good second match.
Yeah, I'm here still. I've sustained myself. I think they're still around as well. I can already see them in the test lobby. Look, I had some Oceania had some Vegemite on toast while we were gone. We're all ready. We're all good to go. We're fueled up. Let's hope that Gospel Locky comes in hot as well.
Yeah, again, they didn't really have that performance against the Quick Trip Pioneers that they were hoping for last week. Neither than the Gremlins, I suppose, even though the Gremlins did get close. Either way, for both these teams, they don't have to worry about Quick Trip for a while. That's only if they can get through either one or the other, and then, of course, Power looking forward. So it's kind of a fresh Gauntlet run for each of these teams. I'm excited to see their form. Obviously, before we did have a little chat about the Gremlins, but for those of you who weren't there, Cabo's kind of that player we're looking at coming into today. Has been seeing a lot of improvement from him over the past few weeks, and I'm hoping that that can continue.
Me too. Gospel Locky, like you said, didn't have a great start, but I do think that here for either team really. Gremlins had an awesome run in, and then they've got a free buy at the start of this, so a good run for them here as well is definitely on the cards. If Gospel Locky don't up their performance from last week, we may see Gremlins get a little bit more of a chance into this than you might expect.
I still kind of see them as the underdogs, though, because when you look at this Gospel of Locky team, I mean, it's just three players who have been finding a lot of success. Obviously, for Gus, it's kind of like playing against their old team, Lax, and kind of taking the place on what was once merged. But for Hunter and Super Locky, already a lot of success last season in RLCS, hoping that this is a roster that can be kept together. My eyes still are kind of on Gus, though, because as mentioned before, didn't have the strong performance last week. This is that roster where Gus can kind of prove himself as a player deserving of being on a constant top 4-3-2 team. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, how about a performance? Ask Yummy. He'll tell you all about it. Was not thrilled with Gus's performance last week. I think a lot of people have been really looking forward to seeing Gus really show up, and he just didn't last week, so I would agree that that's the step-up point for this team right now. Of course, I don't think anybody performed at peak by any means on Gospel Locky last week. Gremlins, however, must be at absolute peak here if they want to win. Like you said, I do agree they are the underdogs here. They have a better chance than you might think is the only real caveat to that. I think Gospel Locky have shown enough weakness that we might see Gremlins with a bit of a look in.
Yeah, but was it just a bad week? Was it like, an actual testament of what this team could look like? Those are questions that need to be answered, because one bad day can be seen as just that one bad day, but if it becomes a recurring thing, that's when I suppose issues will start to arise. I don't know. I'm a firm believer on the bounce back. I'm a firm believer we're going to see Gospel of Locky kind of win this one comfortably. That's my prediction, Gex. What is yours?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think Gospel of Locky can perform like that 2 weeks in a row, or it's a very large concern. And so I think they're really going to come into this with their eye on the ball. They know what that represents as well, I think. So, yeah, I think we're going to see a different team today than we did last time.
Well, those are our predictions. Kind of curious what people's predictions are. I mean, the poll is currently up on that Twitch chat. Having a look over there. How's it looking at the moment? Gospel of Locky leading the poll, actually. A little bit significantly as well, so that's good to see people kind of leading on that gospel side. And then, of course, as soon as we each predict them, here comes the upswing back in favor of the Gremlins. That's how it always goes. Look, I appreciate Gremlins fans. I appreciate their optimism, but to call them a favorite, I think, would be a stretch. Yep, okay, well, Gex is, we've lost Gex. That's unfortunate. Alrighty, hopefully Gex will get back with us shortly, otherwise we could be soloing. I don't know. Gex was just in shock at the poll results. You guys froze him. You froze him, and here's where we sit. Alright, anyways, we will be kicking off this match, though, I believe, any moment now. So, Gex with us or without us, we should be willing to hopefully kick this one off very, very soon. And then we will be riding along with it. Could be an exciting day, though, for the Gremlins if they are able to kind of piece it together and find that upset. Again, while my eyes might be on Cabo, obviously there's going to be questions on Laxon as well, where they fit in, having replaced Gus, who's now on that Gospels of Locky team. So I always love the dynamic of players playing against their own team. That they sometimes can just bring in, a lot to do it and kind of get back in it. So we'll see how it stands out, as we are kind of delaying a little bit before we can get things rolling again. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long.
For your benefit, I am here. I'm not in game, so can't really help much, but I am here, so welcome back, me, I guess.
There is no game, Gex.
Oh, there is no game? Cool.
I've
come back at the right moment then. That's all. Yeah.
No, when your disconnect, Gex, it killed the entire lobby. I'm breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Everything broke.
Sorry.
So
it turns out
all
I
your
am
fault.
the server. Yep. That's me. That's all on me. The computer in the next room is what killed the net, and that's hosting the server right now. So, what can you do?
Yeah, well, what you can do is get better internet here in Australia. But look, again, we are moments away from kicking this one off. So I believe as soon as the players kind of get back into the lobby, we should be kind of underway and ready to go. I'm sick of these delays. I'm ready to watch the Rocket League. I don't know about you. I don't know about the people watching along. In fact, I do know, actually. I think we're all sick of the delays. I think we all want to get into the Rocket League. I'm making a fair assumption there.
Yeah, very fair assumption. At least we get to go back to the main. I'm staring at a lovely car. Some of the decals that have come out lately have been top-notch, so that's my view right now. I'm happy. Let's get back into this, though. I want to see the decals on the cars on the field.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. Cars always look better when actually playing Rocket League as opposed to when not playing Rocket League. Although I'm still waiting for like a Mario Kart-esque like racer with the Rocket League cars. That would be fun. I reckon you. Aren't
they doing that on Fortnite or something? That's the latest leak. Is what I heard.
That's not at all what I said.
I don't think it's true. We'll see. I think everybody would be keen. Laxon centering that up. Cobo's going to take one. This is an awesome little warm-up from Gremlins.
This is warm-up.
No, yeah, I'm just watching, though. They are absolutely going off right now. Gremlins have been, they just had such a massive warm-up period over the entire disqualification period from that last series, and they really aren't kind of taking it like a warm-up. They play it.
Except for the fact that Caleb wasn't moving, but that's okay. We'll get into the game. Unless that's Caleb's new playstyle. I mean,
Caleb doesn't move now. That's the playstyle.
Yeah, there it is. That's what Caleb does. Alrighty, here we go. Again, thank you all so much for bearing with us. It is mighty time to get this one underway, and it does feel like we are going to get that all clear and start very, very shortly. As soon as the players ready up, we are going to be good to go. So, Gospel Locky will be on the blue side. It is their reward for being the higher seed. The Gremlins will be in orange. It is a best of 7. No more best of 5s. And after many delays and forfeits and drama, guess what? The Gauntlet Week 2 is finally going to kick off. So let's put those 5 minutes on the clock. Let's get our cars onto the field and get ready, Gex, because, well, it's going to be a shorter Gauntlet today, but I think it can be just as dramatic.
Now, Series 2 is starting off of the back of no Series 1, so let's see the kickoff go right, and it has gone Gospel Lockie's way. Super Lockie off the backboard looking for Gus. He will be a little late on it, and fair enough, was challenged early. Great 50 to put it right in front of the net, but put away immediately. Good start from Gospel Lockie. That's kind of a lot of the pressure they were missing last time.
I mean, we'll see how long it can last right now because, again, that initial attack, as soon as the team settled, has come back the other way. Now we get to see what the Gremlins can do. Cabo has Laxton underneath, goes solo instead. Wasn't really a controlled approach, kind of lands right in Lockie's lap, who will find Gus. That shot was on, but Laxton is there for the save.
Once again, with the issues Gus was facing last week, great to see him taking shots like that, but like you said, early days. And now straight away back to the opposite side. Has to be put away. Hunter going to chase it upfield.
Go so far with it though until running into a bit of a back and forth situation. Neither team able to wrestle too much control. Gus is going to try to slow it down to mix it up and finds the pass to Hunter. That was a nice little mix up, and now Caleb kind of stuck in an awkward position surrounded by multiple attackers. Cabo does get the clear over the top.
Hunter in the back corner. It's going to go high. Dangerous here as Gus tries to take control and no boost. They're going to have to be careful with that boost game. I believe was an issue that last week as well. And they are being beaten on it by Gremlins right now. There's been a fair few good attempts on low boost from Gospel Lockie already.
Cabo has a chance. It's right into Super Lockie. Very interesting, the two different approaches that these two teams have had, though, in the first minute and a half. A lot more team-oriented when on the attack. It's Gospel Lockie, but it's been the Gremlins just kind of throwing themselves at the ball, which has found more success. Laxton gets the first goal.
And who else but Laxton? We were asking for him to show up, really coming in strong, referencing earlier his ODL performance from earlier in the year, and he is showing up looking good for Gremlins with the first goal, but he's going to have to use more than that. I don't think this series is over at one goal by any means. Gremlins ahead by a small margin.
Yeah, it hasn't been the warmest start, but we'll see. As now, again, the pass plays to try and get the clear. It's a bit of a boom shot from Gus, who tries to follow it up. Hunter's the one who gets there. Gus doesn't get the touch for the redirect. Gospel of Lockie, they're trying for these high skill shots, not really finding them. Low percentile attempts as Hunter now goes for a solo clear, caught immediately by Laxton. And I'm just liking the Gremlin style right now. It's nothing complex. It's nothing too crazy. It's just kind of, let's throw ourselves at the ball and hope for the best. Case in point, Laxton able to find a save with that approach.
A lot of the time you hear that, though, and it means poor rotation. That is not the case right now from Gremlins. They've been rotating very, very well, always in position here, and it might be throw themselves at the ball, but that basic gameplay is being carried out with really textbook plays across the team.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple Rocket League. It's simple rotational Rocket League right now, and it's giving them a fair bit of control at parts of this opening game. I mean, it's not to say Gospel of Lockie haven't had their chances. In fact, the Gospel one shot up on their opponents despite being one goal down. Except that shot count's only going to rise here. Gus with a chance out of the corner, doesn't get the bump on Cabo. And that could have opened up Hunter. Instead, the offensive rotations have to continue.
Good control from Lax, and he has been unbelievably confident with this ball control. Caleb's going to take the shot. It's barely off the bar. Super Lockie with a fantastic save. Keeps them alive for now, but they are actually burning the clock down. This one-goal lead could prove to be enough if Gremlins continue to play this way.
I don't like the idea of shutting out Gospel of Lockie. I don't think that's possible. Happy to be proven wrong, but Gus looks for Hunter here. The cross-up, not where the ball needed to be placed. Super Lockie again is going to keep that offensive pressure. Cabo will make the save out of the goal, and now Laxton forward to Caleb. Another clear, just over a minute remaining, but Caleb's going for the double. Hunter takes it away.
Hunter with a second as well, does get it out to Super Lockie. A beat on Laxton as well. Suddenly threat on the Gremlins. But again, they're going for these high skill level plays, and it's just not making it in front of net. The shots that have been taken have been very low threats onto Gremlins, and they've been able to adjust quite comfortably.
Yeah, that they have, and I mean, it's a good sign. again, when I'm looking at the Gospel of Lucky right now, they're waiting for that opening on a passing play. They're waiting to kind of throw off the Gremlins' sort of defensive rotations, but they haven't been there. Now, I haven't been super impressed with the Gremlins' offensive rotations. There have been a couple awkward double commits at times. Hunter double touch down to Lucky. It's off the post, but it's not going in. Laxton will clear it out, and that could have been the Gospel of Lucky's last chance here in game number 1.
A bit of a miracle keeps Gremlins in the lead, but there is still one more chance at an offense. Taken away possibly here by Cobo. 8 seconds on board as it starts to tick away. Laxton will take it to the backboard and just keep that control. Really all they need is a shutdown touch here, and game 1 is under wraps.
Interesting game number 1 for sure, though. 2 very different playstyles on the attacking half for certain. The Gremlins a lot more blunt with it, but that bluntness was what got them that 1 goal. The difference in this game being the 1 dunk from Laxton, middle of the field, catching out an over-aggressive Gospel of Lucky. I do wonder what happens if Gospel of Lucky slows it down and starts to rely a little bit on their own mechanics as well, because pound for pound, I think Gospel of Lucky would be better on the mech side of the scale than the Gremlins, but that wasn't their approach in this first game. So I'd like to see them try and break the Gremlins' defensive rotations with slow, mechanical play, get double commits, force 2 players to respond with the first attacker, and then maybe those passing lanes will open up.
While I agree that's the kind of benefit they have over Gremlins in the mechanics, I don't think it's going to keep them the control over the ball that they really need right now. They have not been reaching each other in threatening ways, and as soon as that does become the attempt, it gets boomed upfield. Gremlins have been on top of that time and time again, so I think they need to get less standard about the passes they're making. They're constantly coming out of corner, and it's predictable by Gremlins right now.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works out as Laxton from underneath off the kickoff is just going to put in a quick goal, 4 seconds in, and this is another one of those, it better cheat, get beat. These are the bad kickoff goals. They're not the ones that make me happy, but it'll make the Gremlins happy. 1-0 lead.
Gremlins up by the goal margin they won last game by. I don't see it happening a second time around. Gospel of Lucky did take their time to warm up, but they were starting to look better toward the end of that. Even their last shot opportunity was decent. Still time to really improve.
Double commit. And that's going to open up underneath. Hunter's going to go for a waterfall setup and then miss the ball. I don't know if that was the right play right there after the double commit. Might not matter. Gus has the backboard, and there's no follow-up. Gospel of Lucky, they're just looking lackadaisical right now. No sense of urgency yet.
Did like the commit onto the demo there, though, from them. Hunter makes the right choice and goes to corner. Was challenged if he'd gone for the shot there. Caleb now underneath the ball. Big challenge goes right for Caleb with 0 boost. Not once, but twice. Hunter out to the side of the field will get a second touch himself and trying to take the shots. There's the mech you were asking for, but once again, slips away from control.
Yeah, it just wasn't held right there and was an easy save for Laxton, who has been playing pretty well on that defensive side of the ball. A lot better than we're used to seeing, and gets the demo, which could have opened it up for Caleb Hunter. Fortunately for Gospel, was able to fall on this one and get a nice 50 and get the ball towards the backboard. Again, Laxton will be the one to play keep away. Finds the pinch on the corner for the clear. Laxton just playing on point so far in these first 2 games. Has been a deciding factor for the Gremlins, and now Cabo with space is going to go for the reset. Tries to drop it in. Easy save for Lucky.
Super Lucky maintain control upfield. Gets it away to Hunter after some work from the Gremlins here as well. That work's going to continue, though. Straight downfield from Caleb. And the control given away again here from Gospel Lucky. They might get it back. Super Lucky in position. Cobo now challenged. That backboard, dangerous. Laxton just gets it past the face of his goal.
Does get the demo, though, and that's going to give a bit of space for Caleb to work with. Still loses the 50 to Gus. Cabo, though, will be able to push it forward. And, I mean, again, this is a weird game so far because so much of it has been in control of the Gospel this game. They've been on the attacking side. All 3 members of the Gremlins, it feels like, have been on that backboard waiting for counterattacking opportunities. But I would argue that when it comes to the counterattacking game, realistically, the Gremlins should be one of the better ones at it. Caleb and Cabo each are fantastic midfield players and are super good at getting clears. And Laxton, it looks like for this series, is kind of adopting that similar playstyle. Like Laxton, I'm not used to seeing playing this far back. I'm not used to seeing this level of consistency on that defensive side of the ball, but they've been getting good saves. They've been dishing it to Caleb and Cabo to get the clears. Now they've been struggling on that middle of the field, but the defense has been doing enough. It's a different looking Gremlins than I'm used to.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell just by stat lines that they're doing that well, because for a counter-attacking team that has been playing to that, they've only taken 2 shots in a game that is well into the second half now. That they have defended extremely well, not even let the ball in front of net for the vast majority of this match. Despite heavy attack from Gospel of Lockie, Hunter proving me right there as well. They did get one more chance. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that was almost a big mistake from Caleb. They were going up for the first defensive touch and wound up driving into the top crossbar. That's what opened up that shot right there. Scary moment for the Gremlins. They got bailed out, but will they get bailed out again? Loxton just has the pace on Super Lockie.
Hunter away to the wall. Should be Caleb's ball, but he's not going to be able to chase that. The flip takes him far from it. Gus trying to read it down. The second chance for this team. Gospel Lockie cannot read these waterfalls right now.
Caleb, though, it's another weak defensive touch. Almost opens it up for Super Lockie. But again, with 3 defenders ready, had to try to get tricky with it. The play was broken up. Now Gus back into the corner. Has been doing a good job on the setups. It's going to be posted out. Laxton, weak touch. Hunter was there. Dunk not falling where they wanted to. Again through the corner has Super Lockie, but they overextend. But so does Laxton. Gus can punish off the backboard. Lockie with the shot, and it's gonna go in. Finally, the Gospel gets on the board.
And this is what it takes, a good solid shot. It didn't need any fanciness to this, and that's because of what Gospel of Lockie had been doing for the past, it felt like minute and a half there. Gremlins were starved of boost. They couldn't make saves on strong shots, and yet for ages Gospel of Lockie was relying on too much complexity there. They finally get a clean shot, and it's on.
Yeah, I mean, it helps too when the defense is that panicked. They're triple committing on the setup through the backboard as well. Super Lockie had to take that avenue. They do find it. A chance to respond, though. Here comes Cabo. Tries to drop it in. Super Lockie, too good on the line. Will get that save. Now Hunter will find Super Lockie again across that middle of the field. Laxton, it's a weaker challenge, and that could open the door for the Gospel to maybe end this one if Gus gets the touch. Has Super Lockie across the middle. Will the pass connect? They're going for it. No, Super Lockie corners it instead. And that will cause the rest of the Gospel to retreat. 0-second play on the table for the Gremlins. The shot was high and wide. Lockie going to look to bring it back. Has no one underneath. Gus rushes to get there, but it's taken away by Cabo, and we're going to go to overtime.
That was no shot. That was a pass at Lax, and he missed it by a millimeter. Incredibly close to ending that there in Gremlin's favor. That passing play had pulled off. Would have been one of the best I've seen in a while. Cabo nearly with an attempt there as well. Ooh. And it's going to be recentered. Hunter's there for the defense and boomed back the other end.
That was a great little kickoff from the Gremlins. Actually start this one off. The fake into the air dribble bump. Had the defense been slower, it could have been a problem. Fortunately for the Gospel, their defense was able to set themselves up, and now the offense looking very set up as well. Gus with a chance, won't be able to get the cross on Lax, and still Super Lockie misses the ball. An uncharacteristic mistake from arguably the best player in OCE. That's a bit of an uh-oh moment. Now Caleb through the corner won't go too far. Instead, it will be Gus down the middle, straight into Cabo, and this overtime starts to settle once again on this orange side of the pitch.
And that was either a miss or it was left for the other player. Either way, not a great sign regardless of how that was played out, because it wasn't a great choice if that was what was made there. Now on the back line again, Hunter going to take a touch, but a little bit of panic on the defense here from Gospel Lockie as they started to bunch up in that corner. They've got to be careful here. Gremlins have strong enough attack to break this despite being a counter-attack play style. If you give them too much, they will take it on outright offense.
Well, again, like historically, the Gremlins haven't really been counter-attack. They've been that aggressive team. They've been the ones who want to put the pressure on the goal, which is why I was surprised to see them pinned back for so long earlier in this one, but now on the attack, you'd expect to see them flourish either way. Super Lockie just gets dunked on by Caleb. Cabo's going to have a chance, but he puts it straight into Gus. A little bit unfortunate there. Still Laxton is going to find a pass to Caleb. A lot of space to work with to the roof.
Caleb.
Back down, but can't get it in. Too many defenders. Again, it's Gus with the save.
Some very clever high touches from Gospel Lockie here. Just stop certain touches from Gremlins being better that they might have been previously if that ball had been any lower on field, and it's kept them safe to this point, but they need it out. Super Lucky on 0 boost will make a good challenge here. Hunter and Gus double commit. Gus backs out of it in the midfield now, available for defense. Luckily for them, but Gospel Lucky under fire again.
Yeah, and I mean, Cabo's cut's going to be too little too late. No boost for Lax, and they just missed it. Now has to go back for it. That gets Super Lucky a little bit more time to cook more realistically. Allows Gospel Lucky to get themselves set up. As we go corner to corner, Caleb pressured by Gus, still maintains possession, has Cabo underneath. They will connect into the corner. We go. Super Lucky finds the touch across to Gus. Beautiful little play right there to bring the momentum back over to Super Lucky. The shot goes well wide. I believe we may have lost Gex again. So we'll continue along a little bit.
Allen, it's going to go well high here.
Yep, okay. Caleb sticking on Hunter. Now Hunter going to the opposite corner. Try to get this one through. Had Super Lucky underneath, but they're not going to be able to find each other. Instead, it will be Cabo dunked on by Gus. Doesn't open the doorway just yet. Leave it for Caleb instead. Off that backboard, clear across the middle. Hunter's back touch. A little bit awkward. Still finds a way to get it across that middle of the field. Get Cabo all over that. Watch Caleb from behind. No. Ball goes opposite corner instead. We're Super Lucky. Didn't really slow it down. Didn't speed it up. Not straight away. Laxon with the beat. Now it's Laxon versus Hunter off the backboard. Got the demo. Didn't get the shot. Caleb, though, can still put the pressure. It's a 2v1 against Super Lucky, yet they do enough to keep it away. Nearly 4 minutes into this overtime. Both these teams are struggling to maintain that offensive pressure right now on either side. As Hunter's going to find a touch, it's just going to go in. What an anticlimactic goal, but hey, if you're a fan of the gospel, you're going to take it.
Hunter gets a nice flick in as I come back as well. Absolutely perfect. And we will be needing a lobby remake here as well. But Gospel of Lucky, they show up with game number 2, and it was hard fought. It was not an easy victory for them. Gremlins are still playing very, very nicely right now, but that's going to be an even series, and it means Gremlins have a lot to fight for again.
So that's twice now, Gex, by the way. You've disconnected, and then the lobby has had to be remade. What is going on?
Yeah,
I'm calling out your internet
that
right
one
now.
was not on me.
I'm just looking at the facts, okay? I'm looking at the facts.
Production errors on that. I'm not taking it. My server PC in the other room didn't do it this time.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not sure I believe you, all right? I'm not sure where that stands, but yeah, a little bit of break before we get into the next game.
There's a conspiracy. You're right.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is, all right? But yeah, going into game 3, 1-1 series right now. A bit of a bounce back, but yeah, it's interesting how tight this series has actually been. I was expecting it to be a lot higher scoring between these two teams, but like at the end of the day, it's been the defenses that have been shining so far in our first 2 affairs.
Hasn't it just as well? And like you said, Gremlin's not typically the counter-attack playstyle. It did benefit them in game number 1 though, and I think Gospel Lucky maybe came in not quite sure of themselves, and that kind of that was a good playstyle going into them with that. It may not be in game number 3 though. Now that they've got a win under their belt, a couple of goals, their confidence should be much higher, and Gospel Lucky should start playing differently, which means Gremlins needs to as well.
Yeah, I expect to see both teams take a few more risks now as we get ready to go into game number 3. I'm hoping to see more of that, but at the end of the day, too, I mean, because of the like high-level mechanical prowess on both these sides. I mean, one team has Super Lucky, Gus, that right there is scary. The other team has Laxon, so you're always going to be a little hesitant to overcommit for anything because you know these are the types of players that could just make you look silly if you overextend or if you push too hard. And I think both teams kind of playing around that has had a more conservative style. We'll see if that does mix up going into game 3 after like a 4.5-minute overtime. Maybe players could start to get a little bit impatient, but I mean, there's still so much Rocket League left in this affair that I don't know. I think the patient game will actually kind of win out in the end.
Yeah, I hope that there's not enough errors that that's the case, to be honest. Usually patient game is when you're waiting and capitalizing on large errors from your opponent. Particularly Gospel of Lucky, they're coming in as kind of a contender for this region. At least that's the intent from them. I would rather see them making a lot less mistakes than having that effective against them, but that hasn't been the case so far. We just have to see if they can step up with the confidence a win in this series has given them.
I will see how it plays out as we are on game number 3. Gus looking to take it straight down the middle, but Caleb will catch it off the backboard. There was a chance for something quick right there. Instead, it's going to quickly come back to the other side. A very awkward 50 for the Gospel. Sees the Gremlins with control. Laxton's going to pop it up. Do they get the second touch? No, but Caleb might gets Gus. But Gus isn't the ball, and the goal isn't scored.
Cobo has control though. They will reset their offense here, and they've got the rotation to support it. Cobo's going to go over one. Can't get the read on Super Lucky as it comes out of the corner. Laxton will challenge. And Gus again back down to the midfield. Already seeing Gremlins come onto this. They're not looking for the counter-attack play style. Right off the bat, they have put on pressure and held a good offense, but it's back the other way now. Hunter with a beat to the backboard. It goes. Could have been a shot, but defense holds for Gremlins.
Gus will take it to the backboard. Has Super Lucky just outside the box. The pass goes back straight into Hunter. He's going to go too far with it. Allows the Cabo to clear back to that other side. Yeah, so far, early pressure came from the Gremlins. Haven't seen the Gospel of Lucky do much. It's just been Gus solo plays, but that's what I was talking about before. Big solo plays can open the doors for the second member, and that's how the Gospel gets the goal.
They need the team there to support, but Hunter's there this time around. Comes off the backboard, and Hunter will snipe the basic shot to finish it. It's led up well with those mechanics. That's a fantastic pass off from Gus. And Gospel Lucky step up into a lead. This in the game, but effectively the series, they're going to get a second goal to lead it as well.
And, I mean, look, yeah, it was a bad cheat, get beat, but at the end of the day, Gus still makes it look nice with that reset flick to put it in. 2-0 lead, the Gospel of Lucky starting to cook now. Gus, I mean, even in these 3 games so far, 2.5 if you even call it that, has been looking a lot stronger than they did last week.
Gus off the backboard, it'll go. Good chase by Hunter.
Psycho.
Yeah,
I wanted that Psycho there.
Everybody wants the Psycho, and it's a classic.
I mean, yeah, it would have been sick. Gus had a chance. Oh, well, still, yeah, it is again going to be Gospel of Lucky on the attack.
Laxton. The boom goes very, very high. A chase onto it, but Hunter will 50. Safety found in the corner, but not for long if it gets out. Gus makes his way into that defense as well, but it's going to be followed by Caleb straight back, and there's a shot given to Gremlins. Gospel Lucky are nowhere to be seen.
I mean, they had 2 defenders on backboard, but neither really wanted to challenge. You can see Hunter right now on the replay just playing the patient game. Not really respecting Caleb's ability to just smack that ball hard from that angle, I suppose. Either way, it's going to be a 1-goal differential, but the kickoff nearly was responded in kind. Hunter shot saved by Caleb.
Let's hope that Gremlins get a bit of confidence out of that, because frankly, it wasn't a goal that made them look good as much as it looked like just big errors from Gospel of Lucky. And Cobo's got to try and take that attitude that they earned that goal and push it through for a second, or they're not going to take this match. Halfway through it now, though, in this game, will mean that the pressure is on for them.
Cabo has Laxton right behind, but instead we'll watch that ball sail all the way across to Caleb. Gets past one. Lob shot easily collected. Defense from the Gospel of Lucky. A little bit more settled this time around. Hunter making everybody miss, and now we're starting to see more and more of the Gospel of Lucky solo plays, drawing the pressure of 2 or 3 defenders, opening doors for others. Hunter has that capability, has Laxton and Cabo on him, got the bump on Caleb as well, but no follow-up, no shot straight away. Defense is still racing to recover, though. Super Lucky with the chance. Caleb did get there in time.
Laxton now going to take that away. There was some pressurized offense there. The bump plays coming out of Gospel of Lucky now. Very threatening.
It's open.
Great second touch. Hunter underneath it, won't get a perfect goal. What a shot from Cabo, and what a save from Super Lucky.
Yeah, Super Lucky still has been looking like the best player on the pitch. Yes, Gus has looked better, but it's been the defense from Super Lucky that has been keeping the Gospel in this one. So many goal line saves already in between games 2 and 3. It was just another one right there. So difficult to score against Super Lucky when they are playing back. I mean, wherever Super Lucky is, this player is a threat.
Yeah, he is the X Factor. Like they say, Coppo is going to take control basically for free there. It's lucky the Gospel Lucky can get back in defense in time.
Yeah, that was, everyone had an opportunity for a shot right there, but they just kept backboarding it instead. Very, very strange approach from the Gospel, but they don't get punished for it. Not this time. Super Lucky through the corner, puts it right into Cabo. Swinging a miss from Hunter. Swinging a miss from Gus. Only one to beat, but Gus actually gets a second chance at it, and they'll be able to play keep away.
Caleb nearly opened that up with the demo pressure there, even without the touch on any player. It's a good touch from Cobbo, just barely got one at all. Hunter not red here, goes to mid and takes control. Laxon to get 50'd, down to Gus. Now another chance for Gospel Lucky. And Super Lucky might be a little far from it to take it back though, and Cobbo just barely gets it away.
Here we go, Caleb. You have Laxon across the middle. Super Lucky underneath, plays keep away. Cabo actually put it in an awkward spot. It's going to be able to make the shadow defense save, and now Laxon looks to put it back to them, but with no boost. It was a desperation play. It doesn't work out. Caleb keeps it alive, but Gus will let it drop. Either way, Gospel gets themselves a big Game 3 win.
Yeah, Gospel Lucky ahead in the series now, and well earned out of that. There were some scary moments for them, but Gremlins had some good offense there. The pressure was turned on for Gospel Lucky, but not as much as it was against the Gremlins, and it did crumble. Gospel Lucky stepping up here.
Yeah, it was a very nice turnaround for the Gospel as they were able to bring it back, so we'll be hoping to continue to see them improving as they move on. Again, this is a little bit more of the Gospel of Lucky we were expecting to see. Solo plays from pretty much any of the member, drawing the defense, opening the pathway for the second, for the third member to put it in, and that's how they were able to get, I would say, their first goal, which was kind of the defining one on that one, the Gus to Hunter goal. I want to see more of that from this team in blue moving forward for the team in orange. Again, when they're on the attacking half, they look so much more comfortable. We haven't seen the breakout Laxon mechanical play yet. That's still on the table if they're allowed to be given space. But until Super Lucky is dealt with on that defensive side, be it bump, be it getting them out of position, it's always going to be tough to get that goal.
I like that they really did step up into both of what we were asking for, really. The mechanics came out, and it did get followed up by some really nice counterplay as well. It was just positioning by Gospel Lucky to get that second touch and make the mechanics count. They're not even going to need it this time. Few errors in defense from Gremlins. The pressure is on, and Gospel Lucky are benefiting. What a pass from Hunter.
Yeah, it was a pass, but Gus's touch right underneath was what was able to put that one in. So we are going to see the 1-0 lead right now. And yeah, Gospel, they're looking more and more confident with each passing moment. Gus doesn't get the bump.
Super Lucky can't find the angle either, and Hunter's not game enough to go on that. Probably the right choice here as Cobbo pushes forward. It's Gus to take a good small touch to grab that control. Gonna dribble at the length too. Tries for the center, but countered by Caleb at the last moment. But the pressure back on already from Gospel Lucky.
Gus is going to find himself backward right now. Caleb steals boost, doesn't go for the challenge, but does mean less of a follow-up perhaps by Hunter, who was immediately behind it. You can see left in an awkward spot as they slowly corral it. Cabo swings and misses. Hunter tries to get it across, but Caleb's already there for the intercept. Gus will look to go corner. Go too much further. Laxon said we'll keep it pinned down. Still 3.5 minutes to go on this game, and the Gremlins, they can sustain an offense for a little bit, but it's either Super Lucky or sometimes Gus who's finding these clears so efficiently. It's tough for what is normally a more offensive-minded team to stay more offensive-minded.
And right about now, you'd be tempted to go back to that counterattack playstyle, but Gremlins are trying to push this into their own favor. Caleb now with 0 boost is going to make a challenge on wall. Will use a wave dash to keep onto it, and uses it for a bump on Gus. Gets it upfield, but nobody on to chase.
Hunter tries to stay underneath. Laxon swings and misses. Caleb swings and misses. Hunter has a chance now. Super Lucky is underneath in the box. There's the shot, top corner and in.
This is more like it. Super Lucky at one point, probably beginning of last season of RLCS, Super Lucky was in my top 5 players in the region very, very decently, and it's been a little while since I could have called him that again, but it's finally starting to pick back up here. I don't think Super Lucky has been carrying his team as well as we've seen in the past.
Hold on. Who is in your top 5 if not Super Lucky? Now you can't say that. And who is your top 5?
I would say he was like really high in that top 5, and he kind of did drop lower in it. He absolutely did.
All right,
and
let's
this
hear.
is
Let's
much
hear. I want to
more-
hear your 5-1. I'm genuinely curious right now.
Definitely Power. All 3 members of Power, I think, went up above him for a little while there. I 100%.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, I disagree.
I'm
Either way,
super
Gus,
lucky,
through
but
the
I
corner.
just don't
Hey,
think he
we're
was
allowed
at
to
his peak.
disagree.
That's all.
It's fine. We're allowed to
Yeah,
disagree.
100%.
But I thought Super Lucky would Fever 2. That's what I would say. Then I have to actually stop and think. Either way, Gus off the roof looking for something. Not gonna get it just yet. Super Lucky through the corner tries to find Caleb. Don't really connect. Hunter loses out on that challenge as well. That will open the door for Laxon. Shot down off backboard, not in. Twitch chat.
Certainly
Twitch
right
chat.
now, not at my number 1 though.
Top 5. I want to hear it. Twitch chat.
Yeah, Twitch chat. That's an interesting one. Yeah, I think beginning of last season, number 1 probably, but definitely not there right this second, and he's going to have to still make some step ups, but this is looking much more like the Super Lucky of old right this second.
He never left.
it's
That's
not that
my
one.
argument. Super Lucky has not left. Here we go. Super Lucky across to Gus. Backboard looking for Hunter. Instead finds Cabo. A little bit unfortunate there. Super Lucky will come back around. Ball bouncing straight into the waiting arms of Cabo. There's a flick caught by Hunter.
Good challenge by Caleb, but it's not going to keep control of it. Super Lucky now with that control. Big pinch does beat out 1. Cobo's on now. Good boost grab by Super Lucky might have an effect if they can boom this back up field, but the boost game has been good from Gospel Lucky the entirety of this series, and in game number 2 in particular really, really took a toll.
And we'll see what happens now. Caleb gonna go for a musty straight down the middle, caught by Lucky again on that goal line. No quarter given to the Gremlins. That should do it. For this, you would have to think the time just not in the Gremlins' favor. And with that win, I believe we will be going to a very critical match point for this Gospel. As Caleb looks to drop it down, finds Hunter. It will go corner to corner, but as the time ticks away, it's looking pretty dire for the Gremlins, getting shut out here in this game.
Lucky off the backboard, and 2-0. Gospel of Lucky looking better than ever here, and actually moving forward onto match point here, I believe. So that's a very, very big position for them here after what this series started like.
Yeah, it definitely was a slower start for the Gospel, but you have to remember too, Gremlins got like all that extra practice time while waiting for the first match that never happened. So they were a little bit warmer. That's the excuse. I'm running with that right now. Also, I don't think I trust Twist Chat's top 5, okay? They're looking a little biased right now. Although I do, hey, you know what? Shout out for a big rooster in someone's list. That's pretty nice, Nick. I appreciate
like that. That's a good take.
But the Laxon fanboy list, that looks biased to me. That I don't know. That doesn't seem very objective.
But is there a 1 to 5 where every name is Laxon? Because there's
that's what it is.
Yeah, okay. I didn't actually get the chance to check the chat myself, so that was the assumption. I would say Laxon is definitely up there. He's been on the gain for a long time. He's been solid for a very long time. Damn the gain. He's definitely still rising, though, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he has the potential to be that top 5 player. I don't think he's cracked it yet.
No, I agree.
I much more agree with Maggie's list. I might swap Banana and Amphis, personally. But that's kind of more similar to what my kind of list looks like, what Maggie posted right there. That is a list I can give my thumbs up to. Let's get ready to go, though. Getting ready for what could actually be, I believe, our final game in this series. It would be a little sad to, put this one away. The Gremlins, of course, are taking a timeout because they are feeling the pressure right about now. But with the way how things are going, assuming the Gospel wins this one out, aren't we liking their chances against Power right now? Because if they're on the upswing, if Super Lucky and if Gus are continuing to play at this level, I think they have a chance to make the Power Series interesting.
If I were Gremlins, I would have taken the timeout after the last loss, though, here. I think this might be too little too late, even if Gremlins manage a turnaround here. I think the biggest effect here is going to be putting a little bit of a damper on Gospel of Locky, actually. They definitely have been prospering off of the ball rolling here, a bit of momentum, and that can be stopped often by a timeout, but again, they can get that back even if that is the case in the time they've got now.
As we look to kick off game number 5, I believe this is. Caleb, go to that backboard, not quite able to put it in just yet. Also, ground zero jar. All right, well, there's a little bit of a spoiler, by the way, what the ground zero lineup is going to be. Apparently, it's going to be Yummy, Tins, and Jar. Well, Jar can't play themselves, so going to drag Super Locky back. And, well, that's bad news for Hunter and Gus, I suppose. They're going to get kicked off for Yummy and Tins.
Are we going back to ODL again? Because I don't think they even won that mid-tier, so maybe check your votes there.
You win one division and you just start throwing shade on all the other ODL teams. Okay.
If you're making a list, I don't know, I'd put the winners.
Cabo.
No, Cabo's a winner.
Cabo is an ODL winner, in fact, actually.
He is. Multiple
And,
times.
you know, for good reason, too. Cabo's super strong in those events and super strong out of the gates here. The Gremlins, the timeout buff coming into play, which is a nice solo effort from Cabo, and it's a 1-0 lead.
Hello was the name to beat there for a long time, actually. I think it's the first time in a while they have been beaten, and it was Laxon to do it, so they decided to team up for good reason.
Yeah, again, this team, the Gremlins, they are sort of going to be that benchmark right now. Hunter showing how a solo play can be done to tie up this game.
Big challenge there. Laxon was just taken out of that competition, and just an awesomely placed touch gets it past Cobbo for the shot itself. Gospel of Locky are going to go even here, and they don't look like they've lost too much momentum after that timeout to me.
No, not yet at all, as we're going to take Gus off the roof. Cabo lets that one hit the backboard, but Laxon's already there. It's a lobber. It's going to be caught by Super Locky. Caleb in the corner. Can't do too much with it. Kind of gets pressured off the ball. You see Cabo getting cleared across. Had Laxon underneath. Went for more of the deeper play. And this could work against them now, because with Gus winning that 50, the pressure is going to come from the Gospel side. Out of the corner we go. No shot to be had.
Caleb forward. Can't get it to backboard though. Super Locky sets it up for a clear from Gus, who can chase it forward as well. It's going to be a challenge. Comes out of corner, but Laxon should be there first. What a challenge from Super Locky. Drops it on target even. And Gus will tries to send it away to Hunter. There is some touch there, but it's not ideal situation for Gospel Locky right this second.
Laxon can do out of that corner to Gus. We'll be able to try to clear it out. Caleb now left in an awkward spot. Actually kind of gets bumped off the play. Super Lucky goes corner. There's a tricky touch. Not going to be good enough. Laxon tries to keep it up high. Now it's looking to follow through underneath. It's a driving play. They need the 50, though, to go in their favor, and it kind of does. But then they get in Caleb's way. That allows Super Lucky to fight Gus. Defense bails out. A little unorganized from the Gremlins' attack.
The amount of touches in that corner, it's impressive anybody was able to read that out in the long run. Laxon nearly gets the dunk. He does get a bump, though, and is well past Cobbo here. That back pass dangerous. Cobbo does round himself onto it again. Gus now with the reset. Great touch, but Laxon was waiting on the backboard for it.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. Laxon a little bit too strong on that defensive side right now. To quickly go back to that awkward touch from Caleb, there's been a few of those this series. It has not been Caleb's best performance, unfortunately, to the Gremlins. And if you go back to the start of the series, guys, we were talking about how all the Gremlins need to be on point. Well, Laxon's looking good here. Gus able to come through with the save.
I'm not sure if he missed the reset or the fake, but it works eventually here as well. Cobbo can come around for the second attempt, and Caleb doesn't miss the pass this time. That is right on the nose of Cobbo, and well placed at 127 kph.
Yeah, Hunter just going for that pre-jump, not expecting Cabo to be able to find that angle. So well touched from the Gremlin striker. And it's been plays like that I think have been getting more and more attention from Cabo, at least in my eyes, moving forward. So good connection from the Gremlins. I want to, that's what we should be expecting them to see, like, from this team when they start to play at their peak. Now, Gus isn't able to get it around Laxon. Hunter's going to get a chance as well. Has Super Lucky across the middle, but Laxon won't let the ball get there.
I loved watching Gremlins throughout this series, though. Super fun team, but also beatable, especially if you have mech like this. Super Lucky just keeps control, the pop back to himself, to backboard, the double touch, and the angle. Gods have blessed Super Lucky because something is going right.
I can't believe you called Super Lucky washed earlier this series. Direct quote from you. Super Lucky washed, and now look at him hitting double touches like that.
Direct quote, yeah.
Direct quote.
Oh,
and he almost does it again!
No! Oh, no, see washed. He can't do it back to back.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay.
It's going to lead it forward. 50 goes well, past Super Lucky now. Hunter awkward, has boost though, does get past one, actually puts Laxon awkward as well. Really well done upfield from that play. And Laxon takes control. Great pass off to Caleb. It's just a little pass.
Just a little, but not far. Here we go. Hunter has Gus and Lucky underneath, but Skull going to go solo! Nearly got a crazy little play right there against Cabo. Doesn't work out, and now Caleb has a chance to play setup for the team. Super Lucky's up high. Gus is underneath. Cabo's free jump. Left a little be desired. Now 1v1. Gus versus Laxon, and Gus is going to win!
Gus, just let him cook. This is one hell of a meal. Right under the ball, and that flick to the crossbar. Laxon had no chance against that.
Yeah, you know what? Gus is making amends for the performance last week right now with plays like that in key moments. And the kickoff nearly follows suit. 25 seconds left. The Gremlins back against the wall. They need that equalizing goal. They couldn't get it here. It's Laxon!
Just straight into the top left corner. The control from Laxon to keep this up. Fantastic reset. Uses it gently, too, to get this on the nose and just directly take it into that top bin. Just the perfect shot to keep this even, and had to have the confidence to do it.
Oh, man. The players who needed to step up from last week are doing just that. Gus and Laxon, strong performances, and now we're 10 seconds away from another overtime unless the Gremlins can piece it together here. Laxon's going to have a chance. Super Lucky wins it out. Hunter has the boost, though, and the ball. How far can they take it? It's across the middle. They have Gus underneath. Caleb plays keep away. Gus catches, keeps it alive. Caught by Super Lucky. They're going to try to find the shot. Laxon, though, will down it, and we go to overtime.
That 1 pixel off ground does count, people. You can, it doesn't matter how low it is, if you keep it off the ground, it's off ground. Nearly found something out of it.
Gus?
They will in overtime. Gus holds strong. They're going to take the series with only 7 seconds of overtime to prove their dominance.
Yeah, it was just Gus outpacing, getting the dunk on Caleb over the old teammate to get over them in the gauntlet. The gospel will preach on. They've got power on the horizon, but for the moment, they're going to be our victors.
Hey, you did enough preaching for Lucky this time around yourself, hey? That top 5 remains. Lucky's still in there, and he's making his way back up for me. There was
only the MVP, Gex. Was only the
Absolutely,
MVP.
Yeah. Well, that's why he's moving up, right?
Only made every single regional final.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that against Gremlins, but once you're up at that top game here today, that's where it really starts to change, right?
Yeah, okay. Anyways, now, again, that was RLCS last season. This is a new season, kind of. Well, this is new preseason. We'll see if they're going to be back-to-back MVPs or not. There we go. There's our question. That's what we should be asking. Obviously, this series against Power, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be an exciting one. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I think for more people, it's going to be a fortunate thing. That's going to be doing it for Gex and I. It's going to be Yummy and Jake jumping behind the mic for this next series. So do stick around. It's time for the big guns to come out. Gospel of Lucky versus Power when the Gauntlet returns.
Welcome.
Yeah. How do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, this my. I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the Gauntlet so far and hope you're excited to find out who wins this edition. And we've always had, Jake, the history of a big three in OCE for a very long time now.
We have, haven't we?
And I feel like, this roster, the Gospel of Lockie, they still have to confirm that they would be part of that big three.
Really? You don't feel like the names on them give them the credit at least?
Gus has never been part of a big three, so
Gus is a beast, Yummy.
Don't
You
come
know
out
this.
here with names on this roster. Gus has never been part of the big three. They lost pretty comfortably last week to a substitute. They should be in the big three, Jake. This is what I'm saying, but they got to prove it. They got to be able to take on the likes of Power in particular. To be part of the big three, you have to be able to take on Pioneers and Power.
I don't know. They also came third last week, Yummy. I'd give it to them, but
What do you mean they came third? They lost. They went 0-1. Of course they went third because they were in a good position. But what does that mean in the Gauntlet?
look, the numbers don't lie, Yummy. Look, Mock was just cracked last week. Is he playing this week?
I don't think so.
Pioneers don't stand a chance then, Yummy. But we'll see.
We're not even talking about them. But they're confirmed. They're going to be confirmed big three. Whoa! I guess they're not confirmed because they haven't done it with Fiber.
Exactly. How can you confirm anything? It's week 2.
Power is confirmed because they want to land.
That's fair.
And they've pretty much got the same roster.
But then they lost to a sub.
Yeah, lost one series after winning a LAN. I'll accept that they've proven themselves in here, but maybe for Gospel of Lockie, I'm just saying, a little bit more, especially because last week it was tragic, almost, how they played. Today, looking a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they still lost that first game, so they needed to warm up into the
Imagine
series.
losing to Cobo. I couldn't.
I saw you call a 0-4 in chat, so you must be sorely disappointed.
Lucky 1-4 for Cobo right there.
But yeah, you're right though. I mean, they certainly have top 1 aspirations, let alone comfortable top 3. So if they want to prove that, I think they're going to have to take the win here.
And to show the beast of OCE entering in, imagine, trying to get to the top. You're thinking that these are going to be the final battle, but actually, these guys are the gatekeepers to the grand final. Power having maybe not the best performance to their expectations last week. I think they're going to be desperate this week to regain their title.
There's the importance of this Gauntlet format showing up. Both of these teams have a solid shot to win it all, but one of them is guaranteed third. So week in, week out, you have to show up.
Well, they both have a good shot, or do they? Again, I'm just saying, Gospel of Lockie, are they in the big three or not? Or is it just a big 2 right now? If you ask Amphis, because I spoke to Amphis after his win last week, he said there's only a big 2. So
yeah, but Amphis has this grudge against Super Lucky, so you can't listen too much.
Chat is also saying big 2 right now with an 88%
Okay, well,
for Power.
Chat obviously has a grudge against Super Lucky as well. I think it's pretty, I don't know, I'd certainly give it to Power, but not like that.
Well, maybe, but also you said last week that Aziz was going to pop off, and so I can't, yesterday I should say it. So I don't know if I could take anything.
I mean, Aziz was popping off 50% of the time, let's be honest.
Popping off at both ends, but in probably the worst kinds of ways in his own half. But it will be interesting to see, because we didn't get to see too much of Super Lucky, or Gus in particular last week had an absolute disaster class. But I think you're going to see that from Gospel of Lockie as they come in, as Gus, as I said, hasn't got a lot of experience. in top threes in terms of performances, let alone in a team that should be top three.
And he has looked so good and so standout, but it's difficult to do that once the pace of the play ramps up, once the defense gets better as well, once you start playing against these best teams. So you're right, it's going to be a proving ground for Gus in particular.
Also, it's easy to look good when you're playing with Coppo.
What's your problem with Coppo, Yummy?
One time he called me out for making fun of CJ too much, so I think he's put a bit of a target on his head. But there is actually a good point there, is that Gus now on this roster, he's finally on a team where he's got less merit than both of his teammates in terms of past performances, results, and expectations. He's now on a team where he's probably going to be deferring and respecting his teammates a lot more than his past teams where he almost would have felt like he had to be the superstar.
I think he was really starting to play into that role, but you're right. If you're not playing like that greedy style, kind of forcing yourself into the play, it can be difficult to have that same kind of superstar effect.
See how that goes. Make sure you check out Discord while you can, because you're ruining the stream for us right now, mate. You're ruining it all. But not ruined by this gameplay so far. Just a solid start from Hunter. The first goal, 1-0, heading the way of Gospel of Lockie. And I'll say it right now, I'm not overreactive. This might be the best performance from them I've ever seen.
A single goal against Power, defying expectations. Let's see if they can keep it up in a best of 7.
I've been watching a lot of the World Cup lately, the cricket one. There's also the Rugby World Cup that's been going on. And it's just, whenever you're watching, whenever there's fans, somebody gets a wicket, somebody scores a 6, it's instantly, that player's the best player in the world, or that player's absolutely the worst player in the world. And I'm liking to take that a little bit into the casting. In fact, I feel like all casters are like that anyway.
Oh, of course, we have the memory of Goldfish. Power need to step up. They're looking like the worst team in the world right now.
Imagine not even scoring a single goal against a team that came 3rd last week. They're meant to be the favourites in the region. They're falling quite short of our expectations. Although I will say, Fever last week did fall short of expectations. He come into his own towards the end of that series in the grand final. But he's usually a player who can certainly take over the game, and wasn't quite able to do that. They are playing with Banana Head as a new member of the roster, of course. And it might take a little while. I feel like he's got a very different playstyle than what we've seen of anyone else on Power in their history.
At the same time, I felt like these guys looked great as soon as they formed. They certainly had that great honeymoon. Period, exactly. Gotta mention it, Yummy. So it might be some growing pains now that they've been together for a while.
Yeah, I realistically think when it comes to the honeymoon and when it comes to this team like Power is that, you get together, you have some good performances, you're good. Everybody else is also honeymooning or in the same period of roster changes, so it doesn't matter like how good or bad you are. If you've got the individual skill, you can usually win. And then the honeymoon quote-unquote ends because every team has a bad day, and you got to experience a few of them, I'd say, before you really get used to it and figure out how as a brand new roster, as a brand new trio, how you deal with those days.
And that is the big question mark on Power at the moment. Can they bounce back? It's not looking great. Super Lucky extending the lead.
My God, did I say Power in the big 3? They're 0-2 down. They must be absolutely atrocious. But what a great shot. Set up by the 50 into center from Hunter. It's been very clinical today so far for Gospel.
Clinical's the right word because it feels like it's been all Power in terms of possession, but they sure haven't done much with it.
It also is stark contrast to our first series that we cast yesterday, where it's all about the mistakes, and of course a few of them coming out from Power, of course. And it's good save from Lockie, but also just very good rotations coming out from Gospel of Lockie, strong 50s. And eventually, Power defense has been breaking. This is a chance at their own, and can't break Gospel's defense.
They are looking like they have some solid fundamentals right now. You're right, they're always in defense, not looking too unorganized either. Kind of passing the ball to the other team, saying, Power, we want to see you outplay us, and they're struggling right now.
Ooh, Super Lucky tries to go for some solo brilliance there. But I think the way that they're playing, the very clean, consistent playstyle, is very much what Super Lucky wants to do with pretty much every team that he's on. That's why it's called the Gospel of Lucky, and it maybe gives a little extra context to the lackluster performance of Gus last week. Always expecting Gus to have some huge solo plays, massive mechanical plays. Maybe he's trying to fulfill a brand new role as what has been a very hard third man in both series so far, and he's maybe just not used to it yet.
He's certainly having a quiet game here as well. But you are, like you're saying, I mean, it has its benefits. They're looking very solid. Power still unable to score. They got 40 seconds left and they need 2.
Doing this way, rather than hoping that you can individually pop off on a given day, gives you a lot more consistency. It's the reason Super Lucky made every single grand final of last year. His teams were always very, very consistent. It's continuing on right now. Super Lucky gets a save as well. Their defense has been incredible for a brand new team.
Incredible is putting it well. Power have looked decent. You saw a nice flip reset attempt from Torsos earlier, but it just seems they're not surprised by these mechanics for a second.
The most impressive part of that defense has just been that they're not really like double committing in awkward situations. There's been multiple times in that game where Power were putting on good shots into difficult areas, into zones where Gospel of Lucky were kind of rushing back to net, and yet every single time it was just one person commits, they dive across, recover quickly, next person comes in, allow them to make multiple saves in a row.
You're right. It's looking way too easy for the Gospel of Lucky right now. I think Power need to mix in those demos that we've seen from them, because they are putting a lot of trust in those single players to make those saves.
I mean, we could also see Power, have Fever or Banana Head on the team. That could be really cool. And I say that because they're the kind of players that can break open a defense by themselves. And most of the times, or throughout game 1, they were really just taking shots.
They weren't looking as impressive as we normally do see from them. It's early in the series. We saw Gremlins take the first match and then get 4-0 swept, so certainly could happen here, but Power does have to step up in a big way.
I feel like this is somewhat becoming Power's MO of late, is just to try and feel things out, expect that they can play a safe game at the start and win it, and see if they can warm up into the series. And it might just be the format of the Gauntlet, where they're waiting for their opponents to come actually greet them at the door, right?
They are also the colder team here, being up against Gospel of Lucky, who are coming off that win. They must be feeling good. Here's Super Lucky, gets over 2. Can't get past Banana Head, but again, getting past the Power defense.
Jake, I remember an interview you did in 2017.
I don't believe you, Yummy. Casters can't remember that far back.
You said momentum's alive, and now all of a sudden, oh yeah, look at that, Gospel of Lucky won the last series, they're going to be feeling good.
I'm telling you, Yummy, it's the caster curse. We all become like this. You can't help it.
Yeah, the curse of becoming a caster, yes.
Exactly. You can't help it.
As soon as you
Oopsies.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry for blasting everybody's ears there, but that was a sick miss from, who was it, Torsos?
I think it was Banana Head. Torsos got the save. Someone has some explaining to do. I'm not sure. That was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it definitely wasn't a Dominus, so yeah. I forgot that he's now in the Dominus, so I can actually differentiate him on the pitch easier.
Oh, he's back in the Dominus. I thought he was a Fennec main.
Hey, you're always talking about cars. I thought you paid attention. He's been on Dominus since he's been on this roster. Since Banana Head.
Maybe. There was a time there where he was on the Fennec.
He was Fennec all last RLCS season. And he decided no more Dominus for the rest of his time. Now he's back.
I think he didn't like getting demoed, or didn't like how it's demoed, but I think demos could go a long way right now. I still haven't seen any.
Well, the Fennec hitbox, or Octane hitbox, is, if I recall, slightly higher than the Dominus hitbox.
Yeah.
So it does give you that kind of... It's easier to demo somebody if you're looking towards that vertical jumping front. So it kind of can depend on how you avoid demos. Torsos, I'd say, actually doesn't jump over a lot of demos. He's more about kind of rushing past or faking it.
I guess he has to, being that Dominus core player for a long time. We have another low-scoring game here. Again, not what we're really expecting out of either team.
You were expecting a high-scoring affair?
I mean, I see power, and I just think like we're going to see like 6 goals, you know? Like when it's all working well for them, they just look so good, but at the moment, it's quite quiet.
I think realistically that should be true, but I think there's a few factors in that.
Woohoo!
Oh, it's super lucky. He's having a blinder. Gex before was talking about him not even being top 5 players in OCE for a while, and I don't remember that being the case. He's certainly up there, and he's having a great series so far. Great day, even.
Well set up by Gus as well, going for that demo after winning the pass. So you're right, pressure is on Power. Time is ticking down. They're still struggling to score.
Oh, this might be the end of Power. They haven't scored a single goal.
Not what we're used to seeing. It's best of 7, still some time, but surely you'd expect them to win this one if they want to keep it competitive.
I did want to go... Oh my god, is that him? No. I did want to go somewhat to the point you were talking about in terms of Power. You expect them to score a lot. Should be true. If Fever and Banana Head are scoring a lot of solo goals, if they are on, they can score a lot. And Torsos, I think in the past has been very much that player as well. Here's a 3-man counter-attack.
Surely.
And it has completely been fizzled by Super Lucky. And honestly, that's on Fever. He should be getting so much more out of that solo play with 2 players gunning forward for bumps.
Yeah, that is a disaster. That sums up what's going on with Power right now. Everything is looking so awkward, so lackluster, and then so easy for the Gospel of Lucky.
It really felt desperate. Like, why are you sending 2 people forward for a demo at the same time as the solo play when you're only 1 goal behind? 1 person forward for that demo would have been fine.
They have to be feeling frustrated, right? They're still shut out in this series. I think they just want a goal.
There's a massive pre-jump out from Torsos too. I think to avoid the bump and jumping early, he seems desperate. And I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about Torsos because I feel like on this roster, don't even comment on it, on this roster, with Banana Head, with Fever, I feel like maybe he's feeling like he needs to be a bit more of a solid player rather than that, you know, all or nothing, use the boost, try and outplay people, set up a play. It's a hat-trick? No, Super Lucky gets his second.
Yeah, Hunter stole his goal earlier. He shot it too slow, but essentially a hat-trick for Super Lucky, and I think you're right, Yummy. We're definitely seeing less of Torsos. You can still see that mechanical skill he has from time to time, but I mean, all 3 of them just sitting back right now.
That's a very comfortable game. And I kind of like to see that from Gospel of Lucky. It kind of proves me a little bit wrong from last week in terms of the way that they're playing. It clearly had a game plan. It's just taken time to really put that together. Very controlled overall, very consistent playstyle to be able to match. I think the question that always comes then for teams like that is, are they going to be able to beat teams who are they going to get upset by too many teams like Power who have maybe like a high peak on a good day?
I'm always worried with these teams as well if they can keep up that offense. So they're playing consistently, their defense looks good, but also their offense, like you're saying, they're being very clinical, they're making the most of their chances. And we have a timeout here for Power, which I think is very smart. Certainly things are not going their way.
Well, I don't think it's very smart. I think it would be really stupid if they didn't take the timeout.
You're savage, Yummy.
You're right. Gospel of Lucky haven't had to do too much in the defense. They've kind of just invited Power to come to their end, and that's always been a weakness of Torsos and Fever. I don't think Banana Head has that kind of maybe experience under his belt against teams like that, you know, because Pioneers of old with Banana Head on it would usually be that team, would often be that team as their switch-up playstyle. So maybe hasn't experienced enough against teams that if you send too much, they'll just 50 you and score a free goal.
It's interesting because, like you're saying, Gospel of Lucky are sitting back. You'd expect Power to have the mechanics to punish that, but they're defending really well. They're making Power not look too impressive, so I think maybe a change of pace is needed to speed things up and get that chaos involved.
I think you're right. up the pace, to do anything, change the pace. Torsos especially can play incredibly fast. Banana Head likes a slower play, and so does Fever, but they're both very capable of doing just that. Maybe that'll be enough to send, again, a brand new team who are trying to play a very consistent, solid, fundamental game of Rocket League. Once you up the pace, it's a little harder to stay as spread out as you are, as they have been throughout the series.
Certainly, I think they just need, like you were saying, yeah, I think anything different at this point would work, because they're still great players. They just need to make Gospel of Lockie uncomfortable, because it's just looking too easy for them. They're definitely in their comfort zone, and it's smooth sailing from there.
Alright, so Jake, is a perfect sweep?
Perfect sweep. Imagine that. Surely not. Surely they can get something out of this timeout.
Again, I'm not reactionary, but feels like a perfect sweep's on the cards. 2 games in, not a single goal scored just yet by Team Power. A big surprise, I'd say, with Fever and Banana Head score a goal. Torsos very good at opening up the net for opportunities. Hasn't happened just yet. A lot of play spent more in that midfield, and Gospel of Lockie's back half, and then quickly counter-attacked out from them. You can already see Torsos is getting hounded in his own half.
I feel like Power have still been close to scoring, at least. They've had a few close chances, more so in the first game.
They've felt like they've been in spots where they would score against any other team outside of the top.
Yeah.
Lots of really good shots, pressuring shots that are maybe, if you're not quite as ready for it, you're spilling that back out into the midfield for a follow-up. But Gospel of Lockie, because they're such a quality team and they do have quality players, when they're making those saves, as I said before, they're not double committing, but they're also hitting the balls back into safer areas for their teammates.
They're playing incredibly solid. I want to see this new game plan from Power already. It looks like Torsos is playing a lot more aggressive, so we might have been right that they're just going to pick up the pace.
He played a little bit of aggression kind of in the late half of that last game. Be looking to continue that on, but do want to see Fever get more involved, and maybe Torsos could be that player that gives him a bit more action. If Torsos, who is very good in defense, takes more of that role, maybe more confidence for Fever to push forward. We also saw double commit coming out between Torsos and Banana Head, so those two maybe a little bit too crossing wires, both wanting to be a bit more aggressive.
Super Lucky is keeping the pressure, and Torsos just lets it go past him. No worries.
I don't know if I want to say this, but somebody in chat said that Torsos needs to grind the retirement twit longer rather than the free play. And I'll tell you what.
Toxic.
I'll tell you what. It's a very funny post, if very toxic. But when you miss a shot like that, it certainly has to cross your mind. Even in ranked.
Oh, poor Torsos. That is a tough one. It looked a bit more excusable on the replay, but tough.
It's just a sort of moment that we don't expect from the likes of this team, from Torsos. Again, I'm just feeling like he shouldn't be the one to be aggressive, even though that's been his character throughout his career. You saw it in that moment. He really wanted to push to that front post, and he gets caught. It's completely unaware.
It still feels like he is making that conscious effort, but you're right, it's a bit awkward, and again, that can happen with these honeymooning teams. Once they do start to try and consciously think of some new game plans, it starts to get a bit awkward.
Also, I don't want to be reactionary, Jake, but Amphis saying it was only a big 2. Well, clearly he got the big 2 teams wrong if Power lose today.
Clearly Amphis did not know what he was talking about. Power out here struggling, and it just looks so easy for the Gospel block.
Also seeing a little bit more action coming out from Gus, a cleaner gameplay as well. Very surprising as to some aspect, because you got Gus, who's new to being on a big team, has played a lot on those kind of 4-5 teams that have always been able to challenge the top but not expected to. And you have Hunter, who is very young and even somewhat inexperienced on top teams himself. And so for them to bring out such a solid, consistent playstyle. I don't want to be overreactionary here, but I think that Super Locky has had a really big effect on them very quickly.
Absolutely. No, they're gelling together well. And I think you're right. It's certainly Gus that's been the most impressive for me, given, like you're saying, only that star player, but playing that consistent role. And you know, when he does get those opportunities presented to him, those old mechanical style will come back from the finish.
It's very interesting because when Gus first kind of took my eye, and that was in the Intel World Open all the way back in, I think, 2020. He took my eye not because of his mechanics. That's been more of a last year thing, but it was actually because he understood rotations, was very clean and consistent in his own right, which was rare for players kind of coming up from the bubble at the time. And so I guess it shouldn't be so surprising that Gus is playing such a good role player right now.
He's been getting better and better consistently, like you're saying, ever since 2010, probably earlier before we even heard about him. They're close
Did
to...
you say 2010? Am I old man bad here?
The old man bad speaking might have come out. Well, look, they're 20 seconds away from being 3-0 up against Power. Power starting to throw everything at them, but still not even close to scoring.
We're not allowed not even be able to score a goal in the next series. Well, not looking great. Perfect sweeps on, boys. Hunter even getting a good clear, and Gospel of Locky from such a low last week of just getting decimated out of the competition to now being on the verge of not just sweeping but perfect sweeping.
Goes to show how much can change in a single week of Rocket League. I mean, especially with these new teams, everything is so volatile right now. Everything changes so much week to week, and you're seeing
To be
that
fair,
right
it's
here.
day to day. I mean, even for non-new teams, it just heightens it up when it's a brand new roster. You're like one performance one day being higher to the inconsistency the next.
It's hard to power rank them. It's hard to know what's going on.
I get it. Good joke. Power rank them.
Ah, yes. Intentional.
It's also hard to power rank Power if they haven't won a single series, right? How do you rank a team coming third that haven't won a series?
As the worst team in the world. We talked about it earlier.
To be fair, it's better than Serrani. At least they showed up.
At least they showed up. At least they get the participation trophy. Let's go.
Yeah. Imagine playing and not even getting a participation trophy. Like, you know, back in my days, we always got the participation trophy. Kids these days aren't coddled enough.
They need it harder. Or easier.
Easier, yeah.
They need it easier. Looks like
There should
we
be
got
prize money for just entering the tournament.
Oh, imagine that. We had a small tech pause, but it looks like we should be getting underway soon. Power might be happy with that if they had a little more time to talk. But again, maybe talking isn't what they need. Maybe they just need to go back to that more
little bit more
free-flowing
doing.
style.
A little bit less talking. Is that what you think?
I think they just need to go with the flow. I mean, these guys were so good when they first joined. Just try and tap into whatever works then.
I think they should just pretend it's ranked. I mean, Torsos is a massive ranked player. He's good at ranked. Banana Head can do the same. Yeah, just pretend it's ranked. FIFA probably doesn't play as much ranked as the other two have in the past. So, just take your mind off it. Sometimes just not even coming can really help you. Just get in the mindset of just playing the ball and playing your opponents what they're doing.
I think the pressure is getting to them.
No.
No? Well, what is it then?
They're just bad.
They just need to try anything at this point. Clearly, they're
They need to
strategic.
change something, you know.
Yeah.
It feels like, you know, they didn't speed up last game like we hoped. There's demos. You know, it almost feels like they're backing themselves to do it, but without making minor adjustments. Well, they've 100% made minor adjustments that we haven't seen. But I want to see maybe some selfish gameplay. You've got a reverse sweep. This is like the perfect spot to just experiment. You're not expected to win.
Not expected to win. I feel like they'll be feeling a lot of pressure right now. They don't want to get perfect swept, but it still looks that way.
There's certainly that pressure, but but I don't think they're going to be nervous about it.
Or, I don't know, Yami. I'd be more nervous about that personally. That would hurt, to be honest, getting perfect swept.
That's why
Up against
you,
a team
that's why
not
you,
even considered top 3.
You didn't grind the retirement twit longer. You sped runner.
We speed run. Quick gamer off the pitch. Either way, Power still not. Yep.
Great goal!
That's
Great
how they
goal
get
from
their goal.
No perfect sweep. Torsos with the absolute perfect pinball action, Gus. Oh, goodness.
Does it count? I don't want to count it.
It counts.
Oh,
Hey,
beautiful
technically,
redirect.
when Power, I think they were ground 0 at the time, basically perfect swept Renegades in the Swiss Major, Sweden, in the 21-22 season, it didn't officially count because ground 0 stopped playing, and Renegades Fever in particular just slowly dribbled the ball on 0 seconds to get their 1 goal. But that was a perfect sweep, but it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
That sounds sadder, to be honest. It actually
Just coming up
sounds
for an
so sad.
excuse why it's not a perfect sweep.
Oh, either way, again, I'm not even sure if Power will be happy with that one, but at least they're on the board. At least they've tied up this game as well. Because
I don't want to be
saying,
overreactionary, but I think they've found the secret to success.
just make Gus own goal.
Yeah, Torsos just hit.
Oh, Gus!
A little bit of it was the fact that Torsos hit the ball and it just skimmed the roof, so I'm pretty sure Gus was expecting that it wasn't going to hit the roof, hence why he was awkward. So maybe more of that from Tor?
It was surprising because Gus also had 2 teammates behind him. He didn't even really need to touch the ball, so...
I don't know, the ball's in front of you, you do need to touch it. It's kind of the rules
There's the ball chaser motto.
of Platinum players. And Champ ones, and Grand Champ.
Oh, Banana Head can't even score that. He was honestly a bit slow to it.
Oh!
Thought it
That's
was
a
over.
terrible play. Oh. Saved by Torsos. Fever almost gifting an infield pass. And you can say Power not looking too convincing, despite the fact that they are very much in this game with a 1-1 scoreline.
Low time as well, so certainly next goal could take it. Power not looking too organized still. Fever almost gets it out, but no teammates to follow and help.
Torsos has to get up to that ball in the midfield. Trying to shut it down. 15 remaining, the most exciting passage of play we've had all series, as we actually have an even game. Jake, you think overtime?
It's looking like it. I mean, we know Power can't score.
Hey, don't be too reactionary, mate.
Gospel of Lockie is struggling as well, although they have been controlling the pressure.
Oh, Torsos was hoping that would bounce into centre. Given an opportunity, instead Banana Head collects. Takes it around the wall. Super Lockie is there. Defense maybe not quite as strong. Looking at least from Gospel of Lockie in his last little bits, but been doing enough to keep out what has been a slightly weaker defense as well. Banana Head wants to beat out Hunter. Here's the shot. Torsos! It is as weak as a noodle.
That was one of the weakest shots we've seen out of him. Almost looked more of a pass to the other team.
It wasn't even like al dente. It was a full-on overcooked noodle. Breaks apart as soon as you put the fork in.
Just a wet noodle, not what he was after. 10 seconds remaining. Looks like we might going into OT, although big fake doesn't lead to a goal.
Big 50 from Hunter. He's been good with those in the corner. Super Lucky scored off one earlier on in the series, but will hit the ground. Overtime, it is what is going to be a close series, clearly.
You believe in Power?
No.
I don't know either. It's close.
Banana Head missed that boost! Oh my god, he had the opportunity to make an awesome off-the-roof goal. Missed the boost completely on his way up. I feel like that's just the absolute example of what has been happening to Power throughout this series.
Even Fever backflipping on 0 seconds to not get a chance. Nothing's been working out. Even that save from Hunter. Wow.
Ridiculous. Gus was there to follow up. Nobody from Power. Really close behind Banana Head. Well, the flip reset doesn't collect it. Torsos getting chased. It's a 2v1. Gus doesn't get the bump, and that's what I was saying about Torsos. He likes to speed away from demos, rather than jumping over them, and he managed to circle Gus just enough to be able to stay back for the save.
Lucky almost got their second goal, but Fever will get Power's first legitimate goal of the series, and it's a nice one.
Whoa. Second legitimate goal.
That's a nice one, to be fair.
And
Off
that's
the
what we
ceiling.
expect from Fever too.
Yeah, but I guess, look, we can continue being critical. That was a solo effort. Power yet to show a big team play to get it done.
I am all okay with Fever making solo efforts. I'll be honest. I mean, that's kind of. I look really tiny right now. By the way, you're sitting really close to the camera. I've moved further back. Hang on, let me here. I hope this ruins the green screen as well.
Oh.
Just to mess with Dover a little bit. Look how big I am now.
Show us the gym gains, Yummy.
Yeah, I've got my shirt unbuttoned too, just so you guys can see the hair that I'm very proud of from my chest. It took 30 years to grow, but I don't even remember what point I was making. So you go ahead and make a point, Jake.
You were saying that you like that Fever gets solo plays.
Oh yeah, that's his thing. He stays very defensive, very shadow, very back half, so that he can get room when he is on the play. Right? He's basically built for making solo plays, and his variation should be a passing play. So I like that Fever went for a solo play and was successful with it now, and maybe the next play will be a team play from him.
I can see it. On the Gospel of Lockie's side, I feel like they started to lose what was winning them matches in that game. Felt like they were going for more like passes, trying to force the play instead of playing that relaxed style, and it didn't work out for them.
A large part of what was successful for them was, waiting for Power to get impatient and then striking, get a challenge off when Power members were forwards. Almost a kickoff. Going very heavily in favour of Power, which is to be expected. They have been a team that spend a lot of time on the kickoffs.
Good defense from Gus. It's looking a bit sketchy. Power is starting to look a lot more threatening now in offense. Maybe building some confidence with that nice goal.
A lot more bump attempts. It's taking that risk that we didn't see, especially in the first couple of games, to go wide on their rotations, maybe spend a bit of time out of position in order to make it more awkward. Interesting down there. Super Lucky manages to get it before he gets demoed away.
The pace of this game is amped up instantly, and like we were mentioning, I think this will favor Power. Power gets confidence, I think, is finally back.
They're playing a shadow play up against Super Lucky, and well, those two are the best 1v1 players in the region. It was fun to see a little situation there where between the both of them. Just looking to get it over. Banana Head has had some good challenges. Banana Head upping the pace in particular. Gets the bump. Banana Head gets on the board with his verse.
The solo plays are flowing now. It's beautiful from Banana Head. The quick recovery, the quick double touch, and the bump to tie it all together.
The most impressive part of that play is that Banana Head, his focus is on getting up to the ball as quick as possible, get up to it first, and that's been his focus in the first minute of this game, and yet he still manages to get that soft touch.
It's beautifully done. It's what we've been expecting, and it's certainly what we've been missing. Power finally finding what works for them.
Super Lucky looking for the roof pinch, does get a little bit of juice out of it, but not exactly the power that he was expecting. 3 minutes and a half, so long time for Gospel of Lockie to get in, but I'm very interested by this situation because Gospel of Lockie have been a team that have played off Power's desperation. There's got to be no desperation from Power now that they're in the lead.
No, we'll see. This is the first time we've gotten to see if things will change now that they're in the lead. I mean, normally teams play more chill, but that has been to Power's detriment, it's felt like.
Straight out by Banana Head, and with his turn of the tides, don't want to be too reactionary, Jake, but I think we've got a reverse sweep on our hands.
It is feeling like it, honestly. Gospel of Lucky. Something's changed. Here we go. Gus is struggling with the open nets again, but Hunter's there to save the day.
Definitely don't want to be too reactionary, but I'm an idiot. Saying that, it's been completely turned around. A goal there from Hunter after another rough double commit from Power. That's been a big part of their downfall throughout the series has been the double commits, has been less trusting, which is somewhat surprising because they still have that two-man unit of Fever and Torsos, who should be well-oiled between the both of them.
And that was just Gospel of Lockie going back to what was working. Nothing special, just waiting for those power mistakes after just forcing some pressure. And you saw eventually they came.
Fever doesn't have the boost to make a long play of his own. He manages to get the pass across, collect some on his way back. Here's Banana Head. He's been really comfortable around the corners. He needed to get that pass, but he faked the pass instead. Hunter being tested by Torsos. This is the counter-attack moment. A 3v2, and Banana Head has the confidence to go up for it.
Beautiful challenge. His team certainly needed him, but straight back into their side. Power struggling to keep this ball out. But so will Gospel of Lockie. It's staying in this midfield.
Oh, this is
Here's a great counter-attack. Hunter can't keep the ball down.
It's still it. Super Lockie will finish it. I thought Hunter had it from the start. He gunned forward for the pass. He looked for the double off the backboard. Probably could have shot top corner. But either way, still scary. I thought it was going in. Banana Head thought it was going in, and that's enough to score a goal.
Power again, struggling in defense. Haven't been able to hold the lead. We wanted to see if it would change things, but it's just gone straight back to the first 3 games, it seems.
Desperation might need to come back into action for Power. Fever has had no chances on the solo plays. This is open. Oh god. Overcommits continue from Power.
Yeah, but why?
Fever was there, comfortable. Banana Head went really, really wide rotation all the way across the net, all the way for boost, and so he's really late back.
Uncharacteristic. That has felt like a big difference maker as well. I've been watching Hunter's rotations in particular. They've been so fast. A big part of why Gospel of Lockie, all of them are back so quickly, so consistently in defense. I haven't seen that as much with Power.
There's about a minute remaining, 2 goals down. I know chat don't like being too reactionary, but would you agree that this is both GG's and Power are washed, according to Unmasked and Sunset Grim?
Call them out, really definitely. They're not looking great right now. They're looking 45 seconds.
They're looking pretty moist. Maybe not fully washed, just a little bit bathed.
Washed a few weeks after winning a LAN. It's tough.
I mean, it doesn't get any more washed than winning a tournament and then losing all your matches straight afterwards. I mean, just ask the England cricket team.
I wish I watched cricket, Yummy.
They won the last World Cup, and now they're at the very bottom of this one. So.
Oh, that is tough. That is what Power's going to have to figure out what's going on here. 2 weeks in a row. Looks like no wins to their name. They've got to hit training.
Training, that's what they need to do. Just train more.
Train more. Or grind the twit longer.
I like that's now, that can be just the code. Grind the twit longer, guys. So 4-1, a comfortable victory. Great performance all around. But Super Lockie maybe stepping up in that offensive half, scoring a lot of the goals and controlling that midfield. A great win for Gospel of Lockie, a great fight back after a rough performance last week, and they're going to head to the grand final.
They're going to get their rematch. They got slaughtered last week. They're looking in much better form, and who knows what Pioneers are going to look like with the state of what we've been seeing out of everyone else.
Yep. And especially if Pioneers have their core roster, I worry if they're not playing.
I'm worried too.
With their core roster with Fiber last week, where they played the very first series against Gaming Gamers, that was actually the series they struggled in the most throughout that bracket. But Power now, they take a 3rd place. They move a step down the Gauntlet ladder. They now are going to be in a position where they need to fight their way all the way back up. They started at the very top. 2 weeks in a row of taking the big ol' L. But for now, Gospel of Lockie, are they part of the big 3? Or is there only a big 1, maybe?
They were always the big 3, Yummy. I don't know what you were on about.
Alright, well, on that note, let's take a break and come back with the grand final to find out who is the big 1.
punching your lung and you don't jump.
time. I used to wait, but I'm making it mine. Was at the bottom, but able to climb. And look how I rise up. At the top, you gon' find us looking refined, not how you define us. Can this speak at a moment of silence? This time I'm fired up. I give it my all. I said my moment is now. No laying around. I put my stick in the ground. Just so you know, ain't no mistaking it now. Forget what you make of it. Got my eye on the prize, I'm taking it. Got the fire inside, ain't shaking it. And I'm turning the tide, ain't changing it. I'm the main event. This my moment. I said
sound with it when I hit the ground, 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in this. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stuck when you my size. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment. Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground, 100-mile finish? My moment now ain't no mouse in this. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stuck when you my size. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment.
Grand final time for the Gauntlet Week 2, Jake. We are crossing a bold mark, thinking about the fact that we need to decide whether they're going to have return champions like we used to have with the Renegades every single week, or if we're going to start cycling it up with a new champion, which would be Gospel of Lucky.
We'd have to think that Pioneers are going to be even better this week with their core roster.
They're not bringing their core roster, Jake. We've got an update. We've got our Fiber out again, according to Scrub in Twitch chat. He said Fiber is not here. They will be playing with the Goach once again.
Fiber's getting kicked, isn't he? I mean, this isn't looking
Only
good
if
for
they
Fiber. Only if they win again, yeah.
Yeah, they lose. Fiber's right back in, but for right now, Mock has a 100% win record. You can't kick somebody if they're batting 100%.
Mock has been firing on all cylinders, but Gospel of Lucky are looking better this week, so hopefully it's a bit more competitive.
Actually, has Mock lost a single... Oh, no, he has obviously lost a single series in 2023. Because in the qualifiers, in the trials, they ended up coming out in about 4th, 5th place, so they had to make a long run through 4th place. But Gospel of Lucky been looking really good today, maybe with their controlled play style. Maybe that's what it takes to take down a team running a sub.
I guess that is normally what subs, like teams with subs tend to do. They tend to make the play a bit simpler, calm it down, and I think that worked in Pioneer's favor as well. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Will be interesting. Hunter maybe not being forefront of our minds in the last series. It was very much super lucky, and of course I was talking a lot about Gus, but that's maybe more because of his performance last week and the improvement that we saw from him across the week. But up against Pioneers, that's a new question. Amphis, he was our MVP last week. Scrub has been very, very consistent. Fiber is not going to be playing. It's going to be Mock instead. Fiber is playing.
Oh, Scrub lied to you.
Wow, how could he do that? Yeah, Fiber is playing. So, on paper, very, very strong team, Fiber. Having the individual skills to pay the bills. Will he be able to do that today?
Again, it was their only close series last week on that Sunday, going all the way to Game 7 OT against Gaming Gamers. But Gaming Gamers looked sick as well, so it'll be good to see Fiber up against the traditional top of OCE.
You're a big Gaming Gamers fan, but where were they today, man?
Oh, they lost to Serrani, who then didn't show up.
Yeah, Serrani. Yeah, well, just ruin the entire bracket for everyone. Ruin Jake's day.
It's ruined. To be fair, it's been fun watching Gospel of Lucky win. I like a good shake-up, Yummy. Power are going to have to earn some respect back after 2 back-to-back losses.
It's sounding less like you like a good shake-up and maybe more like you enjoy seeing Power lose. Am I wrong?
But they've been the dominant team, so it's a shake-up.
Not in the Gauntlet.
That's true. Hey, they won the first week to even
They won the
qualify for
trials.
Gauntlet.
They won the trials, yes. They did have to go through the lower bracket. They did get knocked down and have to bracket reset up through to take that first place. However, in the actual Gauntlet, the Gauntlet section of the Gauntlet, which may be confusing, yeah, they haven't won a series just yet. But enough about that. We have a grand finals to play out, and I am excited because we haven't seen much of Pioneers with Fiber so far because of the fact that they didn't play last week.
And on paper, these guys should be awesome. I mean, obviously, we know the solo plays Fiber can bring, so just that, it should elevate their level, but can they keep the team synergy together as well?
I think they will be able to, but I do fully expect Pioneers to maybe have a little bit more variation throughout the series. If Gospel of Lockie get on top of them early, play that controlling playstyle, I fully expect especially the likes of Scrub and Amphis to start getting in the face. Scrub getting a lot of demos, Amphis kind of hanging back looking for, on their backboard, on Gospel of Lockie's backboard, looking for redirects, and putting a bit more pressure, a little bit more emphasis on if you miss, we hit.
I do want to see Gospel of Lockie step up as well. They beat Power, but it almost felt like Power was beating themselves. A lot of their goals came very easy. I don't think Pioneers will allow that as much.
Almost a really bad start for Pioneers, but they a little lucky that that goes off Super Lockie, hitting both the crossbar and the post and not quite bouncing in. I'll have to make good use of that Fiber, taking an early shot. Gus was up on the backboard, covering the high angle and reading the ball well.
Still, that felt like such a great opportunity for Fiber, but there's two defenders for Gospel of Lockie just chilling there, and their defense still shining.
Gus gets pressured away from Fiber. See him go for that bump play, just to give him a little trust in the teammates behind. Hunter up, looking for up off the corner, but he has no boost, and he's just going to go drifting past the opponents. Pioneers did not think that he had zero boost. They trusted him the entire way, and that's often the strength of an individual mechanical player like Hunter.
So much respect is given to him. He did great with the low boost he had. Again there. Still very dangerous. Just gets bumped off the ball. Still there's quick rotation, holding strong.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, but it's already looking a lot more threatening from Power in their offensive plays. From Pioneers in their offensive plays than it was for Power. They're not just taking shots, they're trying to wheedle through the defense a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Power look like a completely different team in this grand final. I mean, they're quicker, they're more clinical, they're looking good, but still can't score.
You got me there, but hasn't been any goals just yet. Still could be a perfect sweep on the cards, so you never know how it's going with Gospel of Lockie having a good day so far. Much improved from last week, but Pioneers are a team where I feel like any single one of these guys could step up. And Fiber, historically, if they do struggle, is that player that's stepped up for teams over and over and over again. He's like their backup clause if the likes of Amphis, who has been one of, if not the best players in OCE in recent times, isn't firing today.
That's what we thought from Power as well. But I think it'll just go to show just how rare of a performance that was. When you have these superstars on the field, it is so difficult to shut them out. But still, halfway gone through this game, no goal for either side.
At least Fever is a little bit more understandable because we, of course, saw the same thing from them last week. Amphis was our MVP last week. He's got to have a big impact. Fiber, under this new roster, he's that big question mark on how that performance will go. I feel like he's really matured over, especially the last season, and he will be the player to score the first goal.
Looks like Gospel of Lockie will be the team to get perfect swept today. By the way, that's a nice goal. Well set up by the air dribble, and his teammate is close for the finish.
Love the trust between the two of them, especially from Fiber, who sometimes in the past has played a little bit more too careful, especially early on in a series, played a bit too defensive. This time, very good spot to back up his own teammate, follow up for a goal and look for another one. He was there for the basketball dribble, but it just got too far in front of him.
Looks like Pioneers have stepped up the pressure here. Playing a lot quicker, putting these shots on net. Gospel Lucky, they're still doing a great job with the rotations, but it's starting to feel more threatening. We said last series they were giving Power a lot of space. Power couldn't do much with it. Pioneers might be different.
Interestingly, Pioneers team up was great in the defensive end. Maybe something that Gospel of Lockie could teach them how to do. But I was saying Pioneers in the attack, they're varied it. One time a shot into the top corner, next time looking for a solo play. You saw that from Scrub earlier, the double off the backboard, making him a lot less predictable when they're in front of that net, but not always going to be direct. Fiber actually does have Amphis out for the pass. Just enough to save it out, Gospel or Lockie, but they're still in trouble on low boost. Has Fiber in the center again. He's always there for the pass.
It was such a slow shot though. Almost guaranteed if he just had any power on it. But Gospel or Lockie back in time.
Couldn't commit too far forward early on, not without maybe having a chance of gifting away the 1-goal lead. But look at this from Fiber. He's everywhere in that forward half, constantly trusting his teammates, just stayed forward, stayed willing on that 50-50. That's got them the 2-goal lead and almost certainly the game. Look at that, 6 shots from Fiber.
Look at this injection of chaos as well. Everything's so quick. What we were missing last series, Gospel of Lockie starting to struggle.
Well, the perfect sweep is still on. Of course, it would be the complete reverse of last time. Gospel of Lockie trying to do it for power. 9 seconds. We can get something on the board. Super Lockie just grinding that one forward. Gus going for the double. Too far across. Instead, it's going to be shot from Super Lockie. They are in with a chance if they can score a kickoff goal here.
They keep it tight. Push everyone forward. And this time it's Super Lockie. Very aggressive turn. Probably needed it. Hunter was right behind him, but any more milliseconds there and Scrub might have gotten the save.
How do you read that if you're the defense? You're looking at Hunter, Super Lockie all of a sudden swooping in. Hunter's abandoned the ball off the kickoff. Maybe a miscommunication, crossed wires coming out. It's just going to be a straight shot from Super Lockie. That'll hit the ground. Pioneers take game 1, but I really felt that the kickoff was off.
I'm not sure what happened to Hunter either. Certainly was a lot heavier a touch than he was expecting, but at least stay with the ball, pressure it, try and keep possession. Certainly a bit of a missed opportunity.
Ran off for the boost. I know that Hunter's part of the TikTok generation. We got to have a little bit more patience than the 2 seconds on the ball that he gave it.
His attention span couldn't hold. Forgot.
Oh, shiny boost! Oh, shiny boost! 10 seconds left. That's so much time. That's enough for 4 more TikTok. This stream is not sponsored by TikTok, by the way. I do not condone the use of TikTok. But Pioneers, they start off a lot better than Power did, obviously, and the reigning champions looking to go back to back, but Gus comes through with a filthy one.
Off the kickoff, falls perfectly to him, and he doesn't take it off the wall. That might have surprised Pioneers. It's very quick and gets the dirty bump.
Allows it to be a bit faster, the fact that he went straight up, and Gus loves doing that kind of follow-up dolphin play rather than going for the flip reset. This time he's gone for it, almost gets the bump again. Would have been crazy back-to-back kickoff goals.
Quite. Pioneers are ready for it the second time. Neutralize the threat, but it's Gospel of Lockie back in their half.
Be relentless now from Fiber, looking to get underneath. Scrub is up, so is Amphis. He's gone high. He ran out of boost, which would have made the difference between him getting over the ball or not.
You're right, I thought Scrub just lost some skill, but no, ran out of boost, couldn't get above the ball. Here's a good chance for Hunter. Slows the ball down dramatically though. Gets it over 1, but again, maybe a missed opportunity.
Yeah, sometimes you got to make a decision in the very, very short moment that you have going up for the ball, and in that case, I think it was a clear incorrect decision to slow the ball down that much. With all 3 members of KCP into set positions with boost. All it did was give them the opportunity to go for the counter-attack. Speaking of Amphis, Gets it across the wall, but Super Lucky is there, waiting, no support, just yet an attack, and just trying to barge this one through. Fiber takes it up, doesn't get the best first touch, but does get the good follow.
Keeps possession for his team as well. Gets demoed out though. Let's see, maybe he could have been there for the aggression, but here's Amphis, misses the ball. Follow-up is there. Pioneers following each other's touches very quickly.
Good reset from Hunter, looks at the musty, and it just goes off to the sides. Needed to stay just behind that ball and wanted to get the power straight forward towards the net. It would have been a goal. Us looking to follow up as we need the star player now. Maybe that player we've needed to step up for Gospel of Lockie in order to get them to that next level, to get them a grand final win.
Just misses the ball. Five is now retreating. Hunter goes to the pass. Quite what they were after. Awkward for Super Lucky, but very patient here for Pioneers. Works out.
Solid patient defense from Pioneers. It was a slight double commit, but a pretty safe one with Scrub, I think it was. Backing out early, just a simple jump up from him and a ability to get back down. But Gus is firing on all cylinders this game. He's got another one. That's his 6th shot of the game.
6th shot, 2nd goal, set up beautifully. And look how quick Gus was. Perfect positioning, perfect pass, and a great powerful finish.
All aboard the Gus bus. 2-0. And finally seeing that performance, maybe just finding some of that confidence we were looking for early on in the game, looking for those air dribbles. Fiber going for one of his own. He's been dangerous in the air. So far it's almost felt like Gus versus Fiber throughout, and Gus gets his hat-trick.
Gets his hat-trick, but it's set up by this demo here. Out of nowhere, Hunter finds it on that third man, and Gus gets the open net.
That was all Gus. I don't know. I don't know about this demo. I don't care what you say. I'm all aboard the Gus train. Halfway through, he's on the road for a 14-shot, 6-goaler. He's halfway there, and that's going to be another one! It is 4 goals for Gus off 8 shots!
They can't stop the power. Again, it just comes too strong. Doesn't matter that there's a keeper. Panthers can't keep it out.
2 minutes, 13 seconds. How many more goals can be scored? Pioneers look in a little bit of danger now. Fiber has been maybe the one threatening player. For the most part, spent too much time. The shot towards their own. Now here we go, Amphis. Can't get that past Hunter. Couldn't get the power because he was slightly in front of the ball.
They have a lot of work to do. I mean, there's still 2 minutes left. Oh, wow, Gus has just stolen the show. 600 points already in this game. Pioneers still on the back foot. It's a nice pass to Scrub. Doesn't get the second touch he was after.
So I like that he stayed behind that ball. Once again, something I talked a lot about last week is playing the ball slowly. It's a lot better in the defensive half where you're more looking towards that 50 than it is in the offensive half where you can give your opponents that extra time to get it back. Amphis getting on the boards. Some early signs of a comeback.
Need it. Minute 20. Still possible. Not sure what happened to the Gospel of Lucky there. All of them kind of free jumping, stuck in net. And Amphis just shoots it past all of them.
It was going to be whether that puts the brakes on for Gospel of Lucky. Gus still having 4 goals, all 4 of them throughout this game and of course throughout the series. Didn't score any in the first one. Super Lucky now trying to step up as probably the MVP of the previous series. Can't get it past the defense this time. Gus taking it high, uses all of his boost but wastes plenty of time. But Fiber takes a turn of his own. Very difficult spot to score from, so close to that backboard.
Shot was almost on, but Hunter is in net. Being that consistent player, as I say that. Fails his wave dash. Time is certainly on their favor. The Pioneers have turned it around in a big way after that 4th goal.
Amphis in particular has been quite impressive in that forward half. Fiber has been very threatening, but maybe trying to go too far down the length of the pitch. Making a lot of his plays from that back half. Which reminds me of how he'd play on that old Dire Wolves roster where he'd make a full length battle along the pitch. It hasn't been as successful in the more modern era of OC Rocket League.
Fiber has rounded out his style though, certainly consistent.
He's been playing a lot more part of the team, a lot more aggressive, and a lot more pass-oriented throughout this series. So always looking to get into positions. But in this case, they weren't beating them to the ball. Gospel of Lockie fought back well, have upped the pace themselves, and Gus, of course, having a massive standout performance.
Just if he can keep that up, that might be what Gospel of Lockie need here. We're all tied up in the series. Back and forth. Hard to call what Game 3 will look like.
With the way things are going, Gospel of Lockie, when they get a grip on the series, when they get the grip on the game, they certainly don't like to let go. Might need to see, like I said at the very beginning of the series, a scrub demo affair, him pushing forward. But maybe now that he's teaming with Ampus, maybe he gets less opportunities to move as far forward as he used to on KCP.
Gets some great defensive efforts. It's a super lucky 1v1 that he did great against. So still that solid all-round player, but you're right, a bit quiet in the offense.
Rough clear that came out with the double commit from Pioneers. They don't get punished for that just yet, and in fact Scrub's going to go the other way. He's lost collection of that ball. There's a couple of situations. Fiber had that at the end of last game, just mechanically a little bit off, and that's all it takes for an air dribble to go Ori. Half a minute in, Super Lucky making a play of his own, high up, close to the roost. Scrub up to it, up against his ex-teammate, manages to shut him out.
Scrub is shutting down everything from Super Lucky. It looked good, but nothing's getting past that man right now. Now he's on the other side. Well, Gus is there to keep it safely in the corner.
That's the area where Scrub is his best. In that forward corner, shutting down plays, early challenges, double commit. Comes out from Pioneers. Will Gospel of Lockie capitalize and punish on it? Gus looking to fake underneath, but Scrub on the defense again. Stalwart so far in Game 3.
Super Lucky, that's a great challenge from third man, but Scrub's back again. Can't get past him. Gus gets it to the corner, but smashed to the other side of the field.
Hunter looking for the pass over to Gus. Moves that one forward, but Amphis this time. He is that player pushing forward, and that means that he's in the position to go for the intercepts. Fiber takes it high once again, very threatening, but gets bumped out by Super Lucky. Fiber starting to get shut down in the air. He's going to need to find a new route.
Gus is demoed. He would have been the one to go for that. Scrub gets a flip, but there's a player back. The rotation's still so quick.
Gus did look for own goal number 2. Managed to quite dunk his teammate into the net. Back in the defensive half. Scrub has so much boosting. He's got the support of Fiber, but another good intercept. Quick cleanup by Super Lucky. Has he got the angle? It's too high.
Too high, but the follow-up's still there. There's Gus with the shot. It's straight to Fiber, and Hunter is now the one. They're not giving up on this pressure. They're keeping Pioneers on the back foot.
This is having to do a lot of work. Scrub was getting bumped. Super Lucky, if he committed to that bump a little bit more, if he took a bit more time on the rotation, it would have been a goal. He tries to make up for it. Instead, it's going to be Gus around the corner. Fiber completely punched out. A little extra touch, not what Gus wanted.
Fiber doing such a great job in defense. As I say that, it's a complete miss, but Amphis is there for the save.
Super Lucky almost faked out the defense as well. It forced them onto the back foot. Hunter, an early challenge. Fiber maybe in a bit of trouble, but he does well to get a good clear over. Super Lucky hasn't just faked out his opponents, he's faked out Hunter as well, completely stepping him on his haunches, and that might punish them as Amphis has a shot right in front of net, gets the first goal.
He's being quiet, but steps up in a big way off that massive Super Lucky mistake. Scrub sets it up for his teammate, and Amphis is so calm and collected in those dribble situations.
It could have been a really good fake from Super Lucky, but it must have been accidental, because he could have communicated early, he didn't, and that sent Hunter reeling. A quick counterattack, a quick punishment from Pioneers, looking to go back-to-back in the grand finals. Super Lucky, though, I will say, to his credit, despite that, has been very active and involved in the front half. He's been very important to keeping this chaos for Gospel of Lockie alive.
Lucky has been the standout player, it's felt. Oh, almost a great pass for himself. You see the speed.
Just 10.
keeping it up, but the defense has been so strong for Pioneers this game.
And they have one goal to hold on to. Looks like they're happy to slow it down in the defense. Awkward though, they've all pushed to that front post, got themselves caught off guard just for a little moment. Hard scrub. He was threatening the own goal as well. Looks like he just pulled out in time as managed to get the breakaway to the other end, but it was dicey for a second there for Pioneers.
Yeah, might have been fortunate he didn't hit that ball. Hey, there's a minute left. One goal is not a comfortable lead. See, Gospel of Lucky, they're playing quicker, they're trying to force their hand, but the rotations fall apart. That was a good chance.
Here's the nervous last minute, 50 seconds left. Winner of this will obviously go ahead in the series in the grand final. Gospel of Lucky will be absolutely livid with the fact that they gave up that one goal. It was a simple mistake from Super Lucky that has made all the difference in what has been a close fought affair. Have the chance to make up for it now, and it will be Hunter. Maybe not the first touch that'll be as threatening as possible. He was hoping to just take that to the corner. Gus now has the flip reset, has the extra touch, scrub, backflips enough. And that's not impossible. That's impossible for Super Lucky to score.
Hunter wasn't there for the follow-up. Memphis is going the other way. Hunter, great touch. Scrub, that might not be the best.
Ooh, faked
Sets
out.
up the counter-attack. Super Lucky, Fiber again,
There's
so
an
clutch.
opening. And it's missed by two. Hunter and Gus. The demo was there, the net was wide open, both of them missing the shot, and that's going to punish them again. Mistakes coming out from Gospel of Lucky. Pioneers go into the lead this series.
Feeling a bit awkward for Gospel of Lucky. Every time Hunter's playing, he wants to slow the ball down, he wants to be tricky, but it felt like near the end of that game at least, they were trying to speed things up. Maybe still those signs of an early team starting to show.
Have been punished. Doesn't look like a timeout is being called. So must be confident here, Gospel of Lucky. Yeah, to keep on going. Gus, of course, having a massive performance in game one, having the standout kind of game winner in that early game, I should say. Didn't have that in the last one. You can't rely on one person to do everything. Gonna need to see a more consistent performance.
Especially the way they play, still feels like they are looking to be that consistent team style.
Which is okay, but not if you're making those little mistakes.
Oh, exactly. They've been exposed here, but it was still a very close match. But this is an important one to win. Tie up the series or go down the match point.
Pioneers, especially considering last week's grand final that they won with a substitute with the mock GOAT coach, coming in and making the first ever full Gauntlet run in 5 seasons of Gauntlet history, probably 50, 60 Gauntlets that have been run. If you don't know the full number of that. It's a miracle performance from them, and the sort of performance that I'd expect them to be able to back up in a grand final with their core roster.
It is going that way at the moment. I've been most impressed with Fiber, honestly. He's been looking great, especially in defense, making those clutch saves time and time again.
Will it be enough though? Fiber has been taking the ball up into the air a lot. That's of course draining the boost away from Gospel of Lucky. Considering they are a defensive team, taking boost away is the most impactful things you can do. See if that continues. Super Lucky got bumped, but he actually managed to get a touch, and Amphis even helping out his tirade.
Calculated back pass, but it certainly looks a little bit suspect. The pressure is still on Gus. Almost past Scrub. Quite.
Forced out the double commit, but Amphis will manage to collect. Now Super Lucky takes it high, and it almost feels like everybody wants to take it high into the air, play back and forth with the flip reset gang, but Hunter... Oh, it's in! Hunter beats one, and Super Lucky manages to fire up just enough to beat out Amphis, who was static on that wall, had to back off, and maybe didn't have enough boost. No, he just misread it.
It was surprising. It feels like Pioneers have been dealing with those kind of shots, but out of nowhere, a small mistake shows just how close these opportunities are.
Few moments have decided the game so far. Little moments like missed by Super Lucky in the last game, and now Amphis misreading, getting himself caught ugly on that backboard. We'll have to make up for it now as Amphis moves forward. For maybe the support of Hunter instead. Follows it up with the triple tap around the corner. Brilliant read, doesn't quite get it. It's a good opportunity though.
Teammate wasn't quite ready for it either, but hard to blame him. It was a sick pass. There goes the super lucky. Hunter has no boost though. Try and make the most of it against.
He's chasing the bump. It's going to be Scrub to get it instead, and a shot on. A super lucky. He was looking originally towards that corner boost, but when the bump happens, he had to make an immediate U-turn.
Amphis gets an important touch. 2 players committed. Super lucky. He's left alone still. Hunter, no boost. He's back. Super lucky gets the touch, but Fiver's there with the follow-up. Super lucky again for the block.
Lucky didn't get a lot of power, and Amphis was able to follow up quickly, but it's now turned around the other way. Gus has passing opportunities. Fiber gets up to it earlier, now Super Lucky off guard, facing backwards, builds so much time for Gus and Hunter to get back to that ball. 0 boost though for Hunter. What can Amphis do? He also has 0 as he tried to make the play. It's going to be maybe a theme of this game as a strong challenge comes forward, but it's not enough. But with both teams taking the ball high up over and over again, I don't expect boost reserves to remain high.
No, you can see how chaotic this game is getting. Super Lucky has so much boost here. Gets a beautiful flip, and again, Fiber in defense, so solid.
Sometimes you're going to feel like your opponents have 200 boost. Super Lucky in that case took the ball almost up to the roof and still had plenty in the pocket. Amphis doesn't quite find the power on that one. Doesn't get the follow-up on the recovery too. Good defense coming out from Gospel or Lockie when it's most crucial. When they're 1 goal in the lead, they've managed to hold themselves out.
Looks like a good pass. Gus has got a chance here. Double touches on. Beautifully done. And they get the 2-goal lead.
Gus stepping up in the grand final. This is as good as a double tap gets. Absolutely powering the backboard, quickly following it up. Really difficult angle, and makes the most of it to pretty much guarantee this game.
Oh, I don't know, Yummy. 2 goals can happen quick. But the way things have been going, for sure, Pioneers haven't been close to scoring in a long time.
Fiber hasn't been as threatening in the air, I would say, in this game as he was even in the last. Instead, they're going to have to find maybe new ways to score. Memphis will be that player. Takes it up to the roof. Has only 13. Looking for the musty. No. Goes to the early flip. And Scrub tried to go for the hard read. Hunter manages to just eke him out.
Can't get past Amphis, but no teammates there to follow. Gus is getting some demos now. He's even going to find its center. That's an awesome pass, but no one's there.
Big power down. Scrub may be desperate there to score a goal, but like the deal was sealed 40-50 seconds ago with that second goal being scored. It looks like we're going to have a tied series. A close one here in the grand final of the Gauntlet, episode number 2.
What we want to see. Fiber's going to get a consolation goal. 1 second shouldn't be enough for this comeback. And it's good to see. It was Amphis the one you were saying. You were saying Gospel of Lockie outside that top 2. Not even comparable for a top 3 name. But here they are, keeping it tight.
Gospel Lockie know how to play when there's only 1 second on the board. A very high kickoff to make sure the ball would sink into the ground. Any which way Pioneers went for it. Managed to secure the game. 2-2 now. 3 more games potentially in the series. And I'll be honest, both these teams looking very similar in the way that they're trying to play their attacks, slow it down in the air, outplay a player, maybe not take too many risks. And so far, the player that's been standing out for both teams has been Gus versus Fiber the entire way, who have most been able to capitalize on those kind of play styles.
Absolutely, and they both teams, all 3 of them are so mechanical, so we know that all of them can step up. Hunter's been having a quiet day, but when things start to go his way, you know how great he can be as well.
Yeah, but he didn't get a single shot, Jake, so he's kind of bad.
Kind of bad.
Hunter not playing the kind of role that we saw all through RLCS, almost a ball chasey role, and you know, I kind of like seeing what could potentially be that maturation of Hunter, that no longer being on a team where you're told, okay, we know what you're doing, we'll play around you, and having to fully fit in a team. And so far, that has left him looking maybe a little bit inert in terms of his attacking capabilities, his double flip resets that he scored in RLCS and whatnot. But I think it's an important part of his evolution as a long-term player.
Absolutely. You can't always be expected to be that star player making those big plays. It's important to be able to play that more consistent, team-oriented style. Hunter's showing up for that. Gus has been the impressive one, like you're saying.
And he's got the flip reset this time. Maybe a chance for Super Lucky. A solid dunk from Amphis has slowed down his attack. Gus just taking a straight shot. Fiber able to defend it out, but early roads lead to Gospel of Lockie having all possession. Only a check so far as Hunter again starting to get a bit more confident in himself.
Looking good. His mechanics always so smooth. There's a shot. Gus is going to get the follow-up. Spills right to him. Pioneers can't get the powerful clear.
And that's the difference between Hunter making a play and not. You saw how good he was at getting the flip reset, carrying it on his nose, just to beat out the first two players, make it awkward, make it a bit more of a scramble for Pioneers. And Gospel of Lockie, they've been playing well as a team all day, have such a good follow-up game between Gus and Super Lockie.
He won't be rewarded on the scoreboard, but you're right. Hunter setting it up with that beautiful flip reset, air dribble, being tricky. See all the momentum at the moment. That's just in? What happened to Pioneers?
Well, you can't really read this touch. Look what Super Lucky does. He goes up from his backwards touch, and he just gets a little half volley touch off the roof. Nobody's expecting that. He's usually going to get too much power or hit it before it hits the roof. Really difficult read, and end up being placed perfectly to score.
You're right. Absolutely sick. You can see Amphis as well. Thought about going up, had to backflip. No one expected that a shot was even possible there, and Super Lucky gets another.
They're on fire right now. Somebody get your water buckets. Put them out, because at the moment, 3 goals in the lead, and it's been barely a minute. Pioneers are in trouble town.
Pioneers have been getting demolished in this game. No shots yet. Just getting battered. Here's a good kickoff for them. Scrub gets the 50. Emphasis is very quick, actually, but it's not in.
That needed to be a goal. I think a little bit of misfortune that bounced off everywhere, but not in. Actually, that is the way the cookie crumbles when you're not being perfectly accurate in Rocket League. Very difficult task, of course, but Super Lucky has been up to that task for most of today. Probably the most accurate shooter so far.
They're looking good, they're looking consistent, and they're looking confident right now. Look at Pioneers on the back foot, doing what they can. Getting absolutely pressured right now.
This is just the worst possible situation for KCP to be in. Be always sitting in that back half, knowing that you need to score 3 goals, knowing that your opponents can just keep you pressured and not worried about scoring. It's a very frustrating passage of the play, because you know, even subconsciously, that you just need to put some more aggression on and hope that it works out.
Even looked then, the Pioneers were surely going to get a goal, but out of nowhere, Gus found the save. Nothing is going their way, and look at Super Lucky. The confidence on this roster is just skyrocketed.
That's where the defender's advantage comes in. You know, if you're an attacker, you have to hit that towards the net. You have to get it on target while beating out a defender. The defender can be up to the ball faster, because all they need to do is hit the ball anywhere other than the net. Huge advantage in terms of a straight race to the ball. We've seen that now 3 times in a row. Gospel of Lockie have just eked out a little extra pace in the defense to beat Pioneers to the ball.
They're looking awesome. They're looking so consistent, and I'm feeling frustrated for the Pioneers. Just watching them, nothing is working for them.
It's going to be a tough road now for Pioneers, not just in this game to get back, because I think this is done and dusted as well, the way that it's been controlled by Gospel of Lockie so far. But 2 good games in a row, it's looking very likely that Gospel of Lockie could take it in 6. 3-0, minute 20, and Scrub gets shut down. That's a goal the other end. Super Lucky gets once more a hat-trick.
Wow, everything is going their way. Pioneers being made to look silly at this point. Scrub switched his brain off there. Gets
I will
outplayed.
say though, KCP in that play played like Power did the entire last series. And yet, obviously they were down 3 goals. They had to push hard for a goal. Scrub, challenging very riskily there and hoping to beat to the ball. Of course, it's going to go the other way. But it is funny to think that that's how Power played the entire last series. Just always getting themselves caught off guard by Gospel of Lucky. So not a surprise to see them score that goal.
This has absolutely been a far more competitive series. The scoreline says it all. He is Scrub, but he can't get it past anyone.
Oh my. Gus is not going to do quite enough. He was very high on that backboard and couldn't really get it clear. There was a double commit that came out from Super Lucky and Hunter. Eventually Pioneers do find that pressure play to score.
Eventually, it all crumbles. It's too late for this match, but possibly some good signs. It was looking like this series was not going to Game 7 the way this game went.
Doesn't look like it's going to go to Game 7 now either, Jake.
I believe in them.
Okay, well, that's another own goal. Was it Gus again? Was it Gus? Gussie boy? Gussie boy?
Oh, I mean, that's like a team going goal, to be fair. Hunter
I'm
tried
going
his
to give
best.
it to Gus. I'm going to give it to Gus on the stat sheet because he was the last to hit it. But definitely a team effort.
Hunter has found a way to make this game close. 20 seconds left. Felt like they were almost going to get scored again off that kickoff, but winding the clock down, maybe taking some deep breaths, getting ready for that 6th game.
Just a balance of the karma for the fact that he scored 4 goals earlier on, Gus. He needed to balance those books. Second own goal of the day for him. Gus! Well, that's what he could do at the other end. He scored goal number 5 for Gospel of Lucky, and he's taken them through to match point twice. 2 match points in a row.
He just knew he was scoring this one. So consistent, Gus, with those textbook double touches. Ends the game in style. Stops the bleeding. Gets ready for this 6th game match point. First up for the Gospel of Lucky.
How many hat-tricks has Super Lucky scored today? I feel like he scored a couple in the last series. He scored one here. Gus had the 4 goals, almost got his hat-trick in this one. Hunter, so bad. Still hasn't scored a goal in this game. Didn't even get a shot in the last one. At least he's improved. 2 shots. But also, that first goal was Hunter's setup.
He's struggling on the points, but like we were saying, certainly playing an integral role in this match. Gus and Super Lucky have been playing great today. No reason to get in their way.
Gospel of Lucky now on the match points. Pioneers have to find a solution. What is that going to be, Jake? As we found Power had no answer to Gospel of Lucky once they got going. Pioneers, we haven't seen the demos from Scrub that I was looking for. Fiber's aerial plays hasn't been quite as good. Amphis not having that MVP performance so far. There's a lot of routes, I feel like, to their victory.
Timeout for Pioneers. They are thinking about it, trying to figure out what to change. I'm not sure either. It's tough because it feels like Gospel of Lucky have stepped up in the series. Pioneers, it feels like they've been playing pretty consistent the whole way, but the last few matches, just Gus and Super Lucky as well, have just elevated to another level.
Timeout has still just about half a minute remaining. We'll see what Pioneers end up coming out. Maybe it's just a confidence thing. Sometimes when it comes to Pioneers in the past, and of course in this case it's just Scrub remaining from that roster, a large part of it wasn't maybe as tactical as it was about hyping and getting everybody back on top in terms of comms and on the ball and feeling focused.
That might be what they're after. Either way, maybe just trying to figure out a way to get back into this game offensively, because it feels like they've just been spending the entirety of the last few matches in their own half.
Yeah, well, it's pretty odd to see because Gospel of Lucky were more the defensive, let your opponents come, but maybe good adaptation against Pioneers, especially Fiber, who, if he does have room on the ball, can do quite a lot high up in the air. Wasn't able to do that in the last game. We head to game 6. Timeout is over. And it's got to be a step up from Pioneers, but once again it's Gus. He's on fire. Another one. As Gospel of Lockie are looking to take it in 6.
Pioneers take the timeout and then they barely touch the ball before it is in their own net. Absolutely not the start they were after.
Especially after a kickoff, after the timeout, you have the timeout buff and will make the most of it. Unfortunately, don't have that right now. Hunter starting to step up as well in that midfield to create some of those opportunities. Gus, man of the hour, just takes it to the wall. Amphis, this is his chance. He is circling, he's looking threatening, but can get the pass across.
Beat a few players, but could beat everyone. Fiber is so impressive with those wall dashes. But ends up getting dunked. Pressure continues. Hunter actually pretty far back, but is going to smash it to the other side of the field.
That's the thing with Gospel of Lockie. They've been really happy to be pressured, to be stuck in their own half and just wait for a mistake and allow them to get a free goal at the other end. They've not double committed like both Power and KCP have done a lot in the defense. See how rock steady they are back there. Almost get a bit of a counter attack, maybe more of a midfield challenge goal as that one almost beat out Five. He does get the touch, and even the follow-up as the flip reset keeps Gospel of Lockie at bay. Maybe not for too long. Passed down by Fiber, but Super Lockie up in time.
Almost a beautiful goal. Tried to set himself up off the other team's backboard. Getting some chances now, though. That's a double commit.
Oh, this is worrisome. Hunter not in the position, though.
No, very awkward. Tries to set up now. Lockie and Pioneers are actually still slow back. It's awkward. They're getting bumped as well. Gus comes in, but Amphis has the recovery.
Just proof of how comfortable Gospel of Lockie are on those counterattacks. Almost got it once again. Scrub had to do a lot there. Backflipped out of the way of both the bump and to get touch of the ball. 3 minutes on the clock. Gus just plays to use Scrub's boost. Because he has very little boost. He's not able to make an offensive play on his own. Fiber, we said again, too direct towards the net to actually create it. We need some more lateral movement coming out, Jake.
They're struggling, and they're a goal down. We have to remember that kickoff. The pressure is on, but look at this. Hunter almost finding a goal.
Yeah, his first focus was winning the race to the ball, not on getting that shot towards target. Somewhat of an opening, though. Now Fiber has an opening of his own, passes in the center, immediately intercept on the counter-attack. Hunter goes high! He could have scored there. Maybe Amphis gets up to it in time if it's a bit lower, but still, that counter-attack might have sealed the deal. Instead, they're going to have to keep fighting.
Fighting indeed. There's still plenty of time left. They're looking to make this lead a bit more comfortable. KCP have certainly looked more threatening now offense, although that's a massive mistake. This is completely open. What was that?
Oh, KCP, the rails are falling apart. Train wreck right there. Amphis, maybe he thought he could hit that to the corner. Maybe he thought he'd get a better touch. Instead, he's absolutely rinsed his own team.
Absolute panic out of Amphis. The only way to describe it. Not sure what was going through his head. Say Gospel of Lockie were looking for that extra goal and they get it gifted to them.
I don't know what Pioneers can do here. They're not even looking individually on form enough right now to be able to make a comeback like this. To some of these mistakes, Hunter still trying to just keep some of that pressure on the net so that there's no way that Pioneers can push forward. Look at that. Scrub getting chased all the way around from Gus. Super Lockie puts the extra touch. Amphis can't get too much of it off the backboard. They're trying to just hold on, Gospel of Lockie. They're steps away from winning this grand final.
The time is running low, but Pioneers are pushing forward. They know they need these goals. You can see how much more aggressive they are. Hunter, that's not the touch. Double fake in front of net, and Amphis gets the goal.
That's the chance they needed in. One little mistake as Hunter thought that was bouncing out in front, and ends up in front of the ball, hits it back. Very awkward play. Amphis brings it back to 1. The step up from Pioneers has to be big, though. 1 minute and 8 for them to be able to get to overtime.
This game was looking over. A massive mistake to set it up. Gus keeping the ball forward. The kickoffs have been going Pioneer's way.
And Fiber also didn't expect it and looked a little awkward on the defensive end. Made it so that he rough clear as well, but he wasn't punished for it. Fiber looking to step up again in the attacking half. He's got some room now, but not too much boost. Is he able to get the follow-up? No, we'll go back into the defensive half for Pioneers.
They're setting up this offense. Gus is so quick to the ball, shuts that down, is getting multiple touches. Scrub gets the clear, but they're on the back foot. They need to get to the other half.
Gospel of Lockie playing that really patient. You saw they all backed off. Defensive focus, knowing they can hold on to this 1-goal lead with 20 seconds.
20 seconds, that's a shot, that's in! Gus's power gets the better of Pioneers again, and it's a 2-goal lead. 18 seconds left for Pioneers to stay in this tournament.
The player that I called out last week for having the worst performance of his career, Gus steps up this week. He's got them a 2-goal lead. Gospel of Lockie on the verge of making a long run to win the Gauntlet Episode 2. 14 seconds. Is there anything left in the tank for Pioneers?
No, they're running out of steam. Look at Gospel of Lockie just sending it to the other side. There's one last chance for Fiber, but it's too slow. Time is ticking down, and Gospel of Lockie will win week 2 of the Gauntlet.
They crown themselves as champions. And most importantly, for a player like Gus to step up, get his first ever Gauntlet victory is a major milestone. We go back to back with different champions in week 1 and week 2, with the favourites' power being upset by both teams along the way.
A bit of an underdog story, possibly. We had you doubting the Gospel of Lockie, Yummy. We had the players themselves saying they're not top 2 material, but here they are taking out the Gauntlet.
Proved everyone wrong and took the week off to obviously really refine themselves, because as a team they were the most cohesive unit. They looked as the best team. They had so little double commits in the defense compared to the other 3 teams that we saw playing today. There's a reason that they were able to make this long run, and I do expect them to have that level of consistency throughout the future. But I'm just really happy that Gus has managed to get himself at the very top of the scene, a new entrant realistically to these top teams.
Top of the scene, and also, it's tough. Between him and Super Lockie, both looked awesome, but either way, star player on the winning team. Absolutely great to see, and you can see all the way from that 3rd, 4th match up against Gremlins to start the day off. What a run from the Gospel of Lockie.
4-1, 4-1. I think the power won. 4-1 in power. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a perfect sweep for a little bit there. They managed to own goal their way into not doing that, but that was a eye-opening series, and night and day from week 1 of the Gauntlet, where Gospel of Lockie got 4-0'd by Pioneers and really didn't even put up a fight. Gus looked, I said it last week, he looked atrocious. And yet, I want to see what you think, but I have to give Gus the MVP today for the grand final performance. I think Super Lockie may be more consistent throughout the day, but for me it goes to Gus.
I'd give it to Gus too. It's an incredible performance from him, highlighted as well by the comeback from last week, like you're talking about. Showing up on the big stage. Most improved.
Most improved to that all.
And a participation award for everyone else. They tried their best.
You did your best. I mean, Quick Trip Pioneers brought their core roster. Maybe it's time to bring back Mock, the coach, to try and take the wins. But obviously, Fiber had a lot of impact, especially early on in that series. And it just wasn't enough. And look at the standings. Pioneers still on top because of their heroic run in week 1 to go all the way from 5th place into the championship. Gospel of Lockie came 3rd last week and have backed it up with a 1st place here. And Power less points than maybe they should have, because they're now in 3rd place and haven't won a single series yet in this Gauntlet bracket.
No, certainly getting carried by that initial performance. This week-on-week seeding, showing how important it is, but certainly that top 3 starting to already run away with all the points.
What a great day. Again, the Gauntlet is just such a fantastic format. Every single match is an elimination. You get to push yourself and see how far you can go. And if you fall, then you have at least secured yourself a good spot for the next week. That's it for the Gauntlet this week. That was our last series. Any last thoughts, Jake?
No, I mean, the Gauntlet is delivering. I'm keen for next week. We have no idea what to expect. So much changes week in, week out.
Next week, it is going to be the halfway point. It feels like we just started. We're going to be at the halfway point as of next week of the Gauntlet. Season 5, $30,000 US, sponsored by Psyonix and Rocket League Esports. So big shout out to those guys for getting involved in the OC region, and for Rocket League Oceania, of course, for putting this on. Make sure you hit the follow button, because we are going to be live every Saturday and Sunday at the same time. We'll see you next week. Have a good evening and a good rest of your week as well.